Unanipata? Ongeza hapo, ongeza mziki kidogo. Naam. Tunajaribu. Halo.
This is the quickest way to go from AI beginner to AI fluent in 2026.
So I'm writing an essay on cats. Cats in art history. I'm an art history major, and this final is due on Friday. Same day, I'm going on a road trip with my best friend Gabby. Luckily, I write with Grammarly. What once took me hours now takes minutes. So I can focus on what matters most, my voice. We begin in ancient Egypt, and then the Renaissance, but also Impressionism. And, of course, the internet. Hey!
Hey, have you started packing?
Totally. I have not.
Finish that paper. You got this.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, back to it. Time to double check my facts and citations. Oops, I made a few debated claims. Fixing.
If you want to learn how to master using AI, don't watch YouTube videos. Why? There's too much information online and you'll feel overwhelmed, lost on start and get stuck in analysis paralysis. As a result, you don't even start and eventually you'll get left behind. Do this instead and finally keep up with rapid changes in the AI landscape. Hi, I'm David Sharp, co-founder of ClickTech Hub. Over the past 10 years, we've helped more than 50,000 entrepreneurs and professionals succeed online through tailored education and cutting-edge ad tech solutions. And now, we're running the 30-day AI Mastery Challenge to help people like you to quickly learn how to use AI so you don't become the next casualty in the great AI layoff. By the end of the challenge, you'll be able to get more work done in less time, achieve a better work-life balance, increase your earning potential, and get a competitive edge, remaining relevant and future-proofing your job, as well as unlocking opportunities in your profession or in your business. And
AI can now build a website in 90 seconds, while the only AI most people over 40 know is ChatGPT. Disappear for a month and do this in
Hi, I'm a straight A student at Yale, and here's a tip on how you can ace your school year this year. When it comes to academic grading, I always struggle with
EVE Online is a vast universe.
This is the quickest way to go from AI beginner to AI fluent in 2026. Watch this.
So this is how I became the most dangerous person in the room. One habit changed everything. I replaced social media with microlearning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually learning how to use AI for writing, planning, brainstorming, the real work. That's it, just one skill a day. This is the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. Starts tomorrow. Tap the screen to join us and try the one habit that really makes you unstoppable.
Hello.
There are lots of VPNs out there at all different price points.
Hello. Slanskiya. Hello. Monsiski. Hello. Eh, mbona mswali na kuimba? Sikia, utanipigia?
In order to log and record your browsing and shopping habits so they can be sold to advertisers or other third parties. Remember, using any VPN, whether free, paid, or provided by your employer, means entrusting your data to that VPN's servers. Make sure you trust that provider to do the right thing. A trustworthy provider has a clear and thorough privacy policy, invests in technology to improve your experience and security, invites and publicizes regular audits by third-party experts, verifying its claims.
So, should you use free VPNs? Admittedly, we're a little biased, but we wouldn't recommend it for anything beyond occasionally uncensoring content. If you're banking, shopping, or just a heavy internet user, a quality paid VPN will be worth it for a smooth and private online experience. For more tips on how to take control of your privacy, visit expressvpn.com.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please lend me your eyes? As we are waiting for the guest of honor to arrive, as you know, we commemorate the Women in ICT Day today, the Vision 2050 edition. I would like to take a moment to honor and celebrate the women who are driving the innovation, leadership, and transformation in Tanzania digital landscape. In recognition of this special occasion, we can request all family delegates to occupy the first two rows, please. All family delegates, all women delegates, please, if you can occupy the first two rows. To all women in ICT, we celebrate you today. We celebrate, we want your contribution, so your leadership and dedication. So please, the first two rows, please, should be occupied by women. All women in ICT, for those who are sitting at the back, please come forward and occupy the first two rows, please. Tafadhali wakina mama wote waliokaa siti za nyuma, tunaomba msogee mbele, mkae siti za mbele. Hizi line mbili za kwanza, naomba wakina mama wote msogee mbele. Mje mkae kwenye line mbili za kwanza. Asanteni sana.
Habari ya asubuhi jamani. Ana mjibu kama vile hamjakunywa chai jamani. Habari ya asubuhi. Jamhuri ya Muungano. Sawa, mimi nitaka kuwapa taarifa kidogo. Kwanza mimi naitwa Mulamula, ndo nitakuwa MC kwa leo asubuhi hii nikishirikiana na mwenzangu Magila Tumaini, ndio yule pale ananyosha mkono yule. Tutakuwa tuko pamoja kwenye shughuli yetu ya leo asubuhi. How many don't understand Swahili here? Raise your hands. 1, 2, you're the minority, so we have to give you a house so that you can learn Swahili here now. Tutakuwa tuna switch baina ya Kiswahili na Kiingereza kwa sababu tunakwenda live pia kwenye kwa siku ya leo. Leo ni siku ya akina mama katika swala la tehama. Nitaka kusema kwanza, ukitoka nje, ukishuka ngazi, ukipinda kulia, nyuma ndio kuna sehemu ya kujipodoa. Restrooms are at the back of the restaurant. If you go down if you step outside, go down the stairs, turn right, and then behind the restaurant, that's where you find the powdering rooms. Sasa tumeambia waziri anakuja, yuko njiani. Akifika akate naingia, nitaomba msimame kumkaribisha. Lakini kwa sababu atakuwa anatembelea mabanda yetu yote haya, tutaketi akishaingia kuendelea na shughuli, alafu atazunguka na angalia mabanda, apata maelezo, atakuja kuketi mbele. Akija kuketi mbele, shughuli yetu inaanza. Sijui ratiba mnayo jamani? Ambaye hana ratiba anyoshe mkono. Wako kiasi ambao hawana ratiba. Basi ngoja niwasomee ratiba yenyewe itakavyokuwa. Ilikuwa kwenye mfumo, kwenye mtandao, ungeweza kuipata huko. Tumaini atatusaidia kuhusu swala la mtandao na wakati gani ratiba inapatikana. Lakini Kama ikiweza kuonyeshwa hapa juu itakuwa vizuri zaidi, lakini ratiba yenyewe ilivyo ni kwamba akishaingia mheshimiwa waziri, DG wa tume ya TEHAMA ataelezea kuhusu hili tukio. Baada ya hapo tutakuwa na maneno machache kutoka Huawei ambao ndio sponsors wa hii shughuli, kati ya wale ma sponsors. Baada ya hapo tutakuwa na salamu za kumkaribisha waziri, zitasomwa na naibu katibu mkuu ambaye atamkaribisha waziri atufungulie shughuli yetu ya leo. Baada ya hapo tutakuwa tunapiga picha. Sasa katika upigaji wa picha tutaanza kwanza na wakina mama ambao ni moderators and panelists. Mkae tayari katika kupiga picha. Hiyo litakuwa kundi la kwanza. Kundi la pili itakuwa wakina mama ambao wako kwenye wizara yetu ya mawasiliano na TEHAMA pamoja na taasisi zake. Baada ya hapo wakina mama wengine wote waliobaki tutapiga picha ya ukumbusho. Na baada ya hapo tutakuwa na ile kamati ya maandalizi itakuja kupiga picha hapa mbele. Hii ndio utaratibu wa kupiga picha kwa siku ya leo. Baada ya hapo naomba tuendelee kuzungumza, kuongea taratibu tukisikiliza mziki. Tumaini umeweka jazz eh? Sawa basi tuendelee na mziki. Na nataka karibuni sana. Asanteni.
AI can now build a website in 90
Naambiwa Mheshimiwa Waziri yuko njiani anakaribia kuingia ndani. Mimi ngoja nichungulie hapa. Marahaba. Dr. Bashir, where might you be, please? Naambiwa nyie ambao mko kwenye vibanda kila moja dakika mbili. 2 minutes kwa wale ambao wako kwenye vibanda.
Attention delegates, for your convenience, the Wi-Fi login details are now displayed in the screen. Attention delegates, for your convenience, the Wi-Fi login details are now displayed in the screen. Washiriki wote tunawatangazia Wi-Fi username na password zinaonyeshwa kwenye screen, mnaweza mkatumia. Karibuni.
Can we please stand? Naomba tusimame jamani. Mheshimiwa Waziri anaingia sasa. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Waziri. Ameshaingia, naomba tuketi sasa kwa sababu anaanza kutembelea mabanda yetu.
Yeah, we are based here since 2006. Welcome.
tunawaalika watu kuwa part kama sponsorship au partnership, ambapo tunakuwa tuna categories tofauti kwa ajili ya watu wa kuwa sponsors. Hapa tuna silver, tuna gold, tuna platinum. Lakini pia tunaruhusu watu kujinominate katika categories tofauti. Okay. Yes, okay, sawa. Okay. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, kuna katika okay, sawa. Okay. Okay, sawa. Karibu sana.
Tunatoa huduma ya biometric verification kwa kutumia simu. Kampuni yetu inajihusisha na kuwezesha makampuni ya Kitanzania, mabenki, mitandao ya simu kuhakiki taarifa za wateja wao kwa kutumia simu. Zamani usajili wa SIM card pamoja na kufungua account walikuwa wanategemea kuwa na devices ambazo mtu anakuja na taarifa zake za NIDA, anaweka mikono, wanascan, wanaverify kupitia NIDA. Lakini kupitia teknolojia sasa hivi tunawezesha Mtanzania mwenye namba ya NIDA anaweza akapakua labda application ya bank, anapotaka kufungua account anaingiza namba ya NIDA, then anascan kupitia kwenye ile application ya benki husika. Kwa hiyo tunayasaidia mabenki kupunguza gharama za manunuzi ya vifaa vile vya kufungulia account. Sasa hivi Mtanzania yoyote popote alipo kwa kutumia simu yake anaweza kuhakiki. Sisi tupo kwenye uvumbuzi wa hiyo teknolojia ambayo inawezesha watu waweze kuscan wakiwa popote bila mahitaji ya kuwa na hivyo vifaa. Lakini pia tunatoa huduma nyingine za utengenezaji wa mifumo kama mifumo ya mabenki. Tunafanya kazi na mabenki mbalimbali, NBC, tunafanya kazi na Akiba Commercial Bank, Mwanga, Hakika. Lakini pia tunawezesha makampuni ya simu kama Yas Tanzania wanatumia mfumo wetu wa usajili, na tunakaribisha pia taasisi nyingine za serikali ikiwemo NHIF, NSSF na wengine kutumia mifumo hii, kwani inapunguza gharama za wananchi kwenda kwenye maofisi ya serikali kwa ajili ya kuomba usajili wa huduma hizi endapo wana vitambulisho vyao vya NIDA popote walipo. Kwa hiyo hicho ndio tunachofanya Mheshimiwa Waziri. Lakini pia tunatoa ajira kwa vijana. Tuna vijana wengi upande wa teknolojia ambao ni wabunifu, wasomi, tunawasaidia na wenyewe kuweza kufikia ndoto zao kupitia kwenye sekta hii ya teknolojia. Hii tumesajili, tuna patent nayo, lakini tunashirikiana pia na kampuni za yes. Nchi pia yes,
Kwa majina na organization ambao tunajikita katika kutumia tehama kuunganisha vijana wana kuunganisha innovators sessions hapa, lakini pia tuta host panel discussion pale kuhusu wanawake in technology taasisi tofauti tofauti ambazo ziko hapa katika kutafuta solutions za jamii yao. Kwa siku ya leo hasa zaidi tutakuwa na maongezi, na kesho tutawaita innovators wote waliopo watakuja hapa, tutakuwa tunafanya podcast sessions, watakuwa wanafanya majadiliano kuhusu miradi yao tofauti tofauti na innovations ambazo wanafanya katika taasisi zao tofauti tofauti. Nia yetu ni kutumia TEHAMA kuonyesha matatizo yaliyopo kwenye jamii na vijana ambao wanajaribu kutumia TEHAMA kutatua hayo matatizo. Kwa tunatumia utafiti, tunatumia uandishi na storytelling haswa katika kueneza hizo kazi na kusaidia jamii in that way. Karibu sana mheshimiwa.
Janga na ile janga za aina tatu. Na simu yenye macho matatu na $210,000 na zingine kama hii hapa ambayo ni kitochi ni shilingi 60,000 ambacho ni smart janja. Kwa unaweza ukaingia Instagram, ukaingia WhatsApp na kwenye smart kitochi 50,000. Yep.
Nafikiri tunaweza kuanza sasa. Habari ya asubuhi jamani. Jamani, habari ya asubuhi. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kwa heshima na taadhima, Mheshimiwa Waziri, tunakaribisha leo kwenye shughuli hii ya leo ambayo ina kauli mbiu ya TAIC ya 9 ambayo inasema kuwa na mabadiliko ya kidijitali yanayochochea athari chanya za kijamii na ustawi na ubunifu wa kiteknolojia jumuishi na taifa linalojitegemea. Lengo ni kufikisha trilioni 1 ya dola za Kimarekani kulingana na dira yetu ya 2050. Na leo tuko hapa ni siku ya kina mama na kuona kazi yao katika shughuli za kiteknolojia jinsi wanavyosukuma uchumi wa kitaifa. Bila kupoteza muda, Mheshimiwa Waziri, naomba nimkaribishe Dr. Mkunde Mwasaga, DG wa Tume ya TEHAMA, aje aseme maneno mawili matatu. Karibu DG.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, Dr. Mula. Honorable Minister, we are highly appreciating to reserve your time to officiate TAIC 2026 and also Women in ICT event today. So my job is to introduce the conference itself. Honorable Minister, TAIC 2026 followed the same tradition of TAIC that we have before. That is, it runs for 5 days, and the first day is a day that is dedicated to women in ICT. In this day, we do discuss a number of things. First of all, what are the achievements that women have achieved in this sector? Also, we do discuss challenges and also how we are going to resolve those challenges so that we'll ensure that we have a digital economy that is very inclusive. And also we hear from members who are ICT professionals and women, what type of things that they want us as government so that we can create a conducive environment where we'll have inclusive digital economy that will see a footprint of many startups that are led by women. Now, I would like to talk just briefly, what is a peculiar thing of TAIC 2026? TAIC 2026, apart from having a theme which is, say, digital transformation, that is giving an impact to the society and also is creating an innovation for just inclusive nation. But this theme is combining two things. It's a theme which is pure digital and the theme of our DIRA or Vision 2050. And that's the reason why we have dubbed TAIC 2026 as Vision 2026 edition of TAIC. So in these 5 days, we'll be discussing on how we can prepare ourselves because our vision is starting 1st of July this year. So what are we going to do as professionals and as youth, women, and other people so that we'll be able to achieve the economy of $1 trillion US. So this TAIC is absolutely special for us and we are supposed to discuss so that we can prepare ourselves to catalyze other economical sectors so that we'll have that growth we want in the coming 25 years. The second day, it's a day dedicated to youth in ICT, and we are going to discuss the same thing, the achievements, the challenges, and we are going to listen to youth, what they want us to do so that we can be able together to achieve what we have set aside for Vision 2025. Vision 2025 has articulated that this growth that we are looking on for 25 years is supposed to be driven by private sector. And sitting here with the private sector is an opportunity for us to listen to them so that we can create all this environment that we want. Then the third day, up to fifth day, there are a number of panels, discussion that we are going to have, and presentation from different experts from our country and abroad. Those experts coming from abroad are countries like Finland, they are representatives from Germany, we have a representative from the East Africa, we have a representative from Middle East, and also Asia. So the combination of experts, there are a lot of them, and we are going to listen to what are they going to advise us, showing us a way on how we can be able to achieve, not only for 25 years, perhaps much earlier. And also we have a special presentation from an expert from a company from Russia who are going to talk about how to create sovereignty in the digital economy. So we are very keen to listen to that lecture, and our experts, candidly, they are going to be discussing together and see how we can chart our way for that. The digital economy that we want to build surely has to have a bigger component of sovereignty, so that we'll be able to ensure that we can provide the quality of service that is needed, and also to be so inclusive to achieve all these things. So in brief, these are the 5 days, and these are things that we are going to discuss. And Honorable Minister, we are very happy that you come to officiate the day for this conference today. And we are ready to listen to the directive that you will give it to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwasaga. Ameelezea hizo siku tano. At least he said what will happen in the next 5 days. So without further ado now, may I call on the Managing Director of Huawei Tanzania to come forward, please, and give a statement.
Honorable Minister of Communication and Information Technology, and the Honorable Deputy Permanent Secretary of MCIT, and the Director General of ICT Commission, and the Chief Officers of all operators, distinguished guests and the media, ladies and gentlemen, habari, good morning. On behalf of Huawei Tanzania, thank you for inviting us to the 9th Tanzania Annual ICT Conference 2026. I would like to start by extending our sincere appreciation to the government of the United Republic of Tanzania through the ministry responsible for ICT and the ICT Commission for your leadership and the practical work you are doing to advance the digital agenda. We also recognize and thank you all partners across the ICT ecosystem, operators, innovators, academia, development partners, and the private sector for the collaboration that continues to move Tanzania forward. This year's theme, Digital Transformation, that drives social impacts and technological innovations for a prosperous, just, inclusive, and self-reliant nation is timely and deeply aligned with Tanzania's ambitions, including the Development Vision 2050 and the goal of building $1 trillion economy by 2050. At Huawei, our commit in this country is captured in a simple phrase: in Tanzania, for Tanzania. It means we are here for the long term to invest, to build capability, and to partner in ways that deliver tangible impact for citizens, businesses, and public services. Allow me share 3 priorities we believe will turn digital transformation into real outcomes. First, inclusive. Digital progress must reach everyone, urban and rural, through reliable, affordable connectivity and practical digital access that bridges the divide and supports equitable participation. Second, trust. As Tanzania celebrates adoption of AI, cloud, and digital services, we must strengthen cybersecurity, data governance, and digital trust so innovation grows on a foundation of confidence, reliance, and national interest. Third, digital transformation. This must translate into jobs, entrepreneurship, and productive by developing digital skills, especially for youth and women, and by empowering local startups and innovators to move from imitation to innovation. During this conference, we are proud to also host an exhibition showcasing some of the ICT solutions we offer in Tanzania, solutions designed to support government service delivery, industry digitalization, and a stronger innovation ecosystem. I cordially invite you all to visit our exhibition, engage our experts, and explore areas where we can partner more deeply. Let us use this conference not only to discuss the future, but to deliver it together. I wish a successful conference. Asante sana.
Asante sana kwa maneno mazuri hayo. Trust is important, as you say. With that now, naomba nimkaribishe naibu katibu mkuu Suda aweze kumkaribisha mheshimiwa waziri wetu. Karibu naibu katibu mkuu.
Mheshimiwa Angela Jasmine Mbelwa Kairuki, mbunge, waziri wa mawasiliano na teknolojia ya habari, ndugu yangu Dr. Moses Mkundwe Mwasaga, Director General ICTC, namwona ndugu yangu Dr. Mkilia, Director General PDPC, Bwana Mohamed Mashaka, mkurugenzi wa TEHAMA kutoka wizarani kwetu, na meza kuu yote itifaki imezingatiwa. Kwanza kabisa napenda kuchukua fursa hii kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema kwa kuweza kutukutana hapa leo katika ufunguzi wa kongamano hili la 9 la TEHAMA. Aidha nichukue muda huu kumshukuru pia Mheshimiwa Angela Jasmine Mbelwa Kairuki, mbunge, waziri wa mawasiliano na teknolojia ya habari, kwa kukubali na kuja kutenga muda wake kuja kutufungulia rasmi kongamano hili. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, kwa kuwa muda sio rafiki na mimi jukumu langu ni dogo tu, naomba sasa nichukue nafasi hii kukaribisha wewe kuja kuzungumza na hadhira hii na vile vile hatimaye uje kutufungulia kongamano hili. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Waziri.
Habarini za asubuhi. Bwana Nicholas Mkapa, Naibu Katibu Mkuu, Wizara ya Mawasiliano na Teknolojia ya Habari. Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, Mkurugenzi Mkuu wa Tume yetu ya TEHAMA Tanzania. Bwana Mkilia, Mkurugenzi wetu Mkuu wa Tume ya Taarifa Binafsi Tanzania au PDPC. Ndugu yangu Mzee Mulamula, mshauri wa Tume yetu ya Taifa ya TEHAMA Tanzania. Wawakilishi mbalimbali wa wizara na taasisi za serikali mlioko hapa, wawekezaji wetu kutoka sekta binafsi katika sekta yetu ya TEHAMA, wadhamini wetu wa kongamano hili, wataalamu wote wa TEHAMA mlioko hapa, ndugu zangu waandishi wa habari, habarini za asubuhi. Nimefurahi kuweza kujumuika nanyi washiriki wa kongamano hili katika kongamano letu hili muhimu la TAIC 2026 litakalodumu kwa takriban siku 5, jukwaa ambalo ni la muhimu sana katika sekta yetu, tukitambua mchango na nafasi yake katika kubadilishana maarifa, uzoefu, ili tuweze kuendana na dira na mwelekeo mzuri wa maendeleo ya kidijitali kwa taifa letu. Nichukue nafasi hii kuwapongeza kwa dhati uongozi wote na wataalamu wa tume yetu ya TEHAMA Tanzania na wadau wote ambao wameshiriki katika maandalizi ya kongamano letu hili muhimu, na kwa kazi kubwa na maandalizi mazuri ambayo mmeyafanya hatimaye kuwezesha tukio hili kufanyika. Nimefurahi zaidi kuweza kuona mmegawanya kongamano hili katika maudhui mbalimbali, ikiwemo wanawake na TEHAMA, vijana na TEHAMA, pamoja na mada nyingine mbalimbali. Na nimefurahi kushiriki katika siku hii ya kwanza na haswa katika mada hii ya wanawake na TEHAMA. Ndugu zangu washiriki wa kongamano hili, kama mnavyofahamu, imeelezwa hapa kauli mbiu inayoongoza kongamano hili inayosema mabadiliko ya kidijitali yanayochochea athari za kijamii na uvumbuzi wa kiteknolojia kwa taifa lenye mafanikio, haki, ujumuishi na kujitegemea. Wote tunaona ni kwa namna gani kauli mbiu hii inavyoakisi dira yetu ya taifa ya maendeleo ya mwaka 2050, ambayo kwa kiasi kikubwa sana imeweza kutambua mabadiliko ya kidijitali kama nyenzo muhimu ya kijamii itakayowezesha ujumuishi wa wananchi wote, itakayowezesha uvumbuzi endelevu na taifa letu kuweza kujitegemea kiuchumi. Ndugu zangu, utekelezaji wetu wa dira ya maendeleo ya taifa ya mwaka 2050 kwa takriban 70% inategemea sana kwamba sekta binafsi itachangia katika utekelezaji wa dira hiyo. Kwa hiyo nipende tu kusema kwamba tunawategemea sana, na sisi kama Wizara ya Mawasiliano na Teknolojia ya Habari, na nyinyi mkiwa ndio wadau wenyewe muhimu wa sekta yetu ya TEHAMA, tutakuwa tayari kushirikiana nanyi katika hatua zote kuhakikisha mnaweza kufanya uwekezaji wenu vyema, kazi zenu vizuri, muweze kuona mafanikio na matokeo mazuri ya kazi mnayoifanya. Kwa hiyo tutakuwa nanyi katika hatua zote, na binafsi mimi na uongozi mzima wa wizara tutakuwa tayari kuweza kutembea nanyi hatua kwa hatua. Ndugu zangu washiriki wa kongamano hili, wote tunajua namna ambavyo mabadiliko ya kidijitali kwa sasa si swala la hiari tena. Ni hitaji ambalo haliwezi kuepukika, na haswa tukiangalia namna ambavyo dunia yetu kwa sasa inapitia mageuzi makubwa ya kiteknolojia ambayo yanaendeshwa na teknolojia mpya ikiwemo akili unde au artificial intelligence, mtandao wa vitu au Internet of Things, uhalisia pepe, virtual reality, lakini vile vile virtual augmentation, biashara mtandaoni, pamoja na mifumo ya kidijitali ya huduma ambayo imeleta mapinduzi makubwa katika utoaji wa huduma na utekelezaji wa shughuli zetu za kila siku. Ndugu zangu washiriki, tunaamini kupitia kongamano hili la mwaka huu la TAIC 2026 mtapata nafasi, kama nilivyotangulia kusema, ya kujadili kwa kina mada mbalimbali za namna ambavyo Tanzania itaweza kufikia katika uchumi wa kidijitali ifikapo mwaka 2034. Aidha, ninatambua pia kwamba kongamano letu hili mtaweza kupata fursa ya kusikiliza mada mbalimbali kutoka kwa wabobezi wa masuala ya uchumi wa kidijitali waliotoka nje ya nchi, pamoja na waanzilishi wa baadhi ya kampuni na wajasiriamali mbalimbali wa hapa nchini mwetu. Tumesikia tutakuwa na wataalamu kutoka Finland, kutoka China, kutoka Ujerumani, pamoja na nchi zetu zingine za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na kwingineko. Ndugu zangu washiriki, kama serikali tunatambua namna ambavyo mabadiliko ya kidijitali yanaambatana pia na changamoto, ikiwemo pengo la kidijitali kati ya wenye uwezo wa kutumia teknolojia, lakini vile vile kwa ambao hawana uwezo huo, kutokana na upatikanaji mdogo wa miundombinu, kutokana na upatikanaji mdogo na hafifu wa vifaa, ujuzi, lakini vile vile uelewa. Hivyo ni dhamira yetu kama serikali kupitia ilani yetu ya uchaguzi ya Chama cha Mapinduzi ya mwaka 2025 hadi mwaka 2030 imeelekeza wazi na bayana juu ya umuhimu wa kukuza uchumi wa kidijitali unaozingatia matumizi ya teknolojia mbalimbali zinazoibukia, uvumbuzi, usalama wa mifumo, ufanisi wa huduma za serikali, lakini bila kusahau ustawi wa wananchi. Hivyo basi ni kwa msingi huo tunalenga mabadiliko ya kidijitali ambayo yatahakikisha yanakuwa ya haki, ambayo hayatamwacha mtu yoyote nyuma, hivyo kuweza kuondoa pengo na ombwe la kidijitali. Lakini ya pili, yatakayokuwa jumuishi, yanayowafikia wananchi wote, wawe ni wa mijini au wa vijijini, lakini yatakayoweza kuwa na athari chanya za kijamii, si kwa uchumi peke yake, lakini vile vile yatakayokuwa na athari katika kuongeza upatikanaji wa huduma za msingi kwa wananchi wetu wote, lakini vile vile yatakayoweza kuongeza ajira, hususan kwa vijana, wanawake na makundi mengine yaliyoko katika jamii, lakini yatakayoweza kuchochea uvumbuzi wa kiteknolojia unaoweza kutatua changamoto halisi za kijamii, pamoja na kuweza kujenga taifa linalojitegemea kiteknolojia pamoja na kiuchumi. Ndugu zangu washiriki, yote hayo hayawezi kufanikiwa. Tutahitaji sana kuendelea kushirikiana nanyi kama wadau ili kuweza kuimarisha uwekezaji zaidi katika TEHAMA, kuweza kuwa na maendeleo ya rasilimali watu katika TEHAMA, kuwa na matumizi mahiri na salama ya huduma za kidijitali kwa wananchi wetu wote, kuweza kuimarisha ulinzi na usalama wa mifumo, lakini vile vile huduma zetu za kidijitali, kuwa na uhakika wa upatikanaji wa huduma za TEHAMA ambazo pia zitakuwa za uhakika, lakini ambazo zitaweza kufikia watu wote na zitakazokuwa za gharama nafuu, lakini bila kusahau kuhamasisha tafiti, kukuza ubunifu na ujasiriamali wa teknolojia unaolenga kutatua changamoto za kijamii na kiuchumi. Ndugu zangu washiriki, nimetembelea mabanda takriban 7 ya maonyesho na nimeweza kujionea kwa vitendo namna ambavyo TEHAMA inavyoendelea kuleta suluhisho bunifu katika sekta zetu za kilimo, sekta ya fedha, uvuvi, viwanda, afya, elimu, mazingira, katika sekta ya ujenzi, lakini vile vile katika sekta zetu za fedha. Na wote tutakubaliana hapa, huu ni ushahidi wa namna ambavyo Tanzania inayo wavumbuzi wa teknolojia wanaoweza kuendelea kuleta manufaa makubwa zaidi kwa jamii endapo wataungwa mkono ipasavyo. Kama serikali tunaendelea kuboresha sera, sheria, pamoja na kuweka mifumo thabiti ya udhibiti, lakini pia kuweka mazingira rafiki na wezeshi ya uvumbuzi, biashara na uwekezaji bila kuathiri ubunifu wa vijana wetu. Kupitia mkakati wetu wa miaka 10 wa uchumi wa kidijitali wa mwaka 2024 hadi mwaka 2034 ambao ulizinduliwa na Mheshimiwa Rais Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, umeendelea kusisitiza umuhimu wa serikali na wadau mbalimbali kuweza kuunga mkono wabunifu na wajasiriamali, kwani ndio wadau muhimu katika ujenzi wa uchumi wa kidijitali. Mkakati wetu huu utaiwezesha nchi yetu kuweza kupiga hatua katika maendeleo ya kidijitali, lakini kujiweka zaidi katika ramani ya dunia, hasa katika zama hizi za mabadiliko ya kidijitali duniani. Ndugu zangu washiriki, miundombinu ya TEHAMA wote tunajua namna ambavyo ina nafasi kubwa na ndiyo uti wa mgongo wa taifa letu kidijitali. Kama serikali tutaendelea kutekeleza miradi ya kimkakati ya upanuzi wa miundombinu ili kuweza kuhakikisha wananchi wetu wote wanashiriki kikamilifu pia katika uchumi huu wa kidijitali. Hatua hii ni msingi mkubwa wa kujenga taifa jumuishi na lenye haki. Hadi kufikia Disemba mwaka 2025, serikali kupitia Wizara ya Mawasiliano na Teknolojia ya Habari tumeweza kusimamia ukamilishaji wa ujenzi wa minara 758, ambapo minara yote hii 758 imewashwa na inatoa huduma ya mawasiliano kwa wananchi wetu. Aidha, pia kama wizara tumekamilisha usimamizi wa upandishaji hadhi au kuboresha minara 304 iliyokusudiwa kupandishwa hadhi kutoka 2G kwenda 2G, 3G, 3G na 4G. Pamoja na jitihada zote hizi, tunaendelea kutarajia kuunganisha maeneo ya kutolea huduma kwa wananchi yapatayo 900, na kati ya maeneo hayo tayari vituo na taasisi patazo 660 zimeshaweza kuunganishwa. Ndugu zangu, jitihada zote hizi ni kuhakikisha kwamba kama tulivyoazimia kuwa kwenye utekelezaji wa mkakati wa uchumi wa kidijitali, hakuna mtu au eneo litakaloachwa nyuma. Na kwa kuweza kulithibitisha hilo, tayari wizara yetu kupitia mradi wa Tanzania kidijitali tumefanikiwa kupata internet ya serikali ya miaka 10 ili kuhakikisha tunakuwa na utoaji wa huduma za serikali ulio bora, wenye uhakika na wenye gharama nafuu, lakini pia tutakaokuwa tumeweza kuimarisha. Ndugu zangu washiriki, vijana ni nguzo ya mabadiliko ya kidijitali, lakini vile vile kupitia kampuni changa za TEHAMA au ICT startups, vijana wetu wanayo fursa kubwa ya kujiajiri badala ya kutegemea kuajiriwa. Kama serikali tutaendelea kuweka mazingira wezeshi ya kisera, ya kibiashara, ya kifedha pamoja na kitaasisi ili kuchochea uvumbuzi unaojenga ajira na kujitegemea kwa taifa. Ni malengo yetu kama serikali kwamba kundi hili liendelee kutambulika, liendelezwe na liungwe mkono kwenye kuboresha ubunifu wao. Naamini pia mtakumbuka katika ahadi za siku 100 alizozitoa Mheshimiwa Rais Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan alipokuwa akigombea kiti cha urais, aliahidi ndani ya siku 100 utawekwa utaratibu mzuri kwa ajili ya kusaidia kampuni changa. Nipende kuhakikishia zoezi hilo linaendelea, na naamini itakapofika utekelezaji wa siku hizo 100 mtaweza kupata taarifa kamili ya utekelezaji na taratibu zilivyowekwa. Ndugu zangu washiriki, tafiti jumuishi za TEHAMA ni muhimu sana katika kubaini mahitaji halisi ya jamii, lakini pia katika kuhakikisha kwamba teknolojia inaendelea kuwa chombo cha suluhisho na si kuwa mzigo kwa watu wetu. Kwa upande wa sekta ya TEHAMA, kama serikali tunaendelea kukamilisha mkakati wa kuwezesha bunifu pamoja na tafiti za TEHAMA, na tutaendelea kushirikiana na wadau wote zikiwemo kampuni changa na washirika wa maendeleo katika kukuza tafiti na bunifu ambazo zitakuwa na athari chanya na za kijamii. Na tuliposema yale katika kusaidia kampuni changa kwa vijana, vile vile kwa upande wa wanawake na wenyewe tutaendelea kujenga uwezo wao. Ndugu zangu washiriki, nimefurahi kusikia pia kwamba leo siku nzima tutaendelea kujadili nafasi ya wanawake katika TEHAMA. Hatua hii ni uthibitisho wa dhamira ya serikali ya kuhakikisha kwamba wanawake na wasichana wanapata nafasi ya kushiriki kikamilifu katika mabadiliko ya kidijitali na uvumbuzi wa kiteknolojia. Kama wanawake, tunayo nafasi kubwa na mchango mkubwa kuendeleza TEHAMA, kuanzisha bunifu, kuongoza taasisi za kidijitali, lakini pia kubuni suluhisho zitakazokuwa na athari chanya za kijamii na kuchangia pia katika uchumi na pato letu la taifa. Natambua kwamba bado tunakabiliwa na changamoto ya uwakilishi mdogo wa wanawake, hasa katika taaluma za sayansi, taaluma za uhandisi, teknolojia pamoja na hisabati au STEM. Kupitia maadhimisho haya, tuendelee kuhamasisha wasichana wengi zaidi kuchagua masomo ya TEHAMA pamoja na STEM ili kuweza kuimarisha umahiri wa kidijitali na kuweka mazingira rafiki ya kisera na kitaasisi yanayowezesha wanawake na wasichana kushiriki kikamilifu katika uchumi wa kidijitali na hatimaye kuchangia katika kujenga taifa lenye haki, jumuishi na linalojitegemea. Ndugu zangu washiriki, kama serikali tutaendelea pia kushirikiana na wadau mbalimbali ili kujenga mifumo thabiti ili kuboresha utoaji wa huduma kwa wananchi, na kwa kufanya hivyo kupitia wizara yetu tutaendelea kushirikiana na Ofisi ya Rais Utumishi wa Umma ili kuendelea kutekeleza ajenda ya mageuzi ya kidijitali kupitia ujenzi wa daftari la huduma za serikali au Government Service Directory yenye lengo la kuweka huduma zote za serikali katika mfumo mmoja ili kuweza kuhakikisha tunaendelea kuwa na ufanisi na kuwa na uwazi zaidi. Aidha, kupitia directorate hii, wizara inashirikiana na Ofisi ya Rais Utumishi Zanzibar ili kukamilisha mfumo pia wa Zanzibar Service Directory kwa kupitia mradi wetu wa Tanzania ya kidijitali. Aidha, kama serikali tumeendelea kuchukua hatua za kimkakati katika kuandaa na kuhuisha nyaraka za usimamizi wa tehama ili kuendelea kuweka msingi thabiti wa mageuzi ya kidijitali nchini. Aidha, kama wizara tumeendelea pia kuhusisha wadau mbalimbali wa sekta ya umma pamoja na sekta binafsi katika mchakato wa uandaji wa nyaraka husika ili kuhakikisha tunazingatia mahitaji halisi ya taasisi, lakini vile vile kuzingatia mwenendo wa teknolojia ya kisasa. Kwa ujumla, nipende tu kusema kwamba kupitia jitihada zote hizi zote zinaendelea kuakisi dhamira ya serikali ya kujenga mazingira ya usimamizi bora wa tehama yatakayoendelea kuchochea ubunifu, kuongeza uwajibikaji, lakini pia kuharakisha utoaji wa huduma kwa ufanisi. Ndugu zangu washiriki, ili tuweze kuyaona mabadiliko haya ya kidijitali na yaweze kuendelea kuwa endelevu na yenye tija, ni lazima sote tuunge mkono na sera na sheria zinazoendana na kasi ya maendeleo ya sekta ya tehama. Kwa muktadha huo, nipende kuelekeza maeneo machache. La kwanza, ni vema Katibu Mkuu pamoja na viongozi wote wa taasisi zetu chini ya Wizara ya Habari, Teknolojia ya Habari na Mawasiliano kusimamia kikamilifu uhuishwaji wa sera ya tehama pamoja na uanzishwaji wa sheria ya tehama kwa kushirikisha wadau wote wa umma na sekta binafsi na kuhakikisha kwamba zoezi hili linakamilika mapema na kwa wakati. Lakini ya pili, nipende kuiagiza Tume yetu ya Tehama Tanzania kuendelea kuimarisha usajili na uendelezaji wa wataalamu wa tehama na kuimarisha mifumo ya kusimamia na kusaidia kampuni changa bunifu za tehama ili bidhaa bunifu na huduma zao ziweze kuingia sokoni kwa haraka na kwa ufanisi. Lakini tatu, naziagiza taasisi za umma na sekta binafsi kuhakikisha zinawasilisha katika Wizara yetu ya Mawasiliano na Teknolojia ya Habari taarifa kuhusu mifumo yao ya tehama, taarifa hizo zikiainisha mifumo hiyo inavyosomana na mifumo mingine. Lakini nne, kwa upande wa kampuni changa au startups kuhakikisha kwamba zinajisajili kwenye mfumo uliowekwa na Tume yetu ya Tehama Tanzania ili ziweze kunufaika na fursa pamoja na mikopo mbalimbali, haswa kwa kuzingatia kama nilivyotoa katika utangulizi, Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania ametenga fedha mahususi kwa ajili ya kuwezesha vijana kujiinua kiuchumi. Lakini tano, na waagiza wabunifu kuhakikisha kwamba wanazingatia matumizi sahihi ya mifumo ya teknolojia zinazoibukia kama vile akili unde ili kuweza kuepuka matumizi yanayokiuka maadili ya nchi yetu. Aidha, kama wizara tumeshaandaa mkakati wa akili unde pamoja na mwongozo wa matumizi wenye kulinda maadili na utamaduni wa nchi yetu. Na mwisho, nawaagiza waandaaji wa maudhui au content creators wote wahakikishe wanatumia vizuri mifumo ya tehama na wanajisajili kwenye vyombo na mamlaka husika. Aidha, kama wizara tumeanza kujenga mfumo wa kuwasaidia, hivyo niende kuwasihi content creators wote au waandaaji wa maudhui mtandaoni waanze kujikusanya ili waweze kutambulika kwa mujibu wa sheria na taratibu zilizopo. Kwa kuhitimisha, ndugu zangu washiriki, nipende kusisitiza kwamba serikali yetu ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania inayo dhamira ya dhati na thabiti kabisa ya kujenga taifa lenye mafanikio, lenye haki, ambalo litakuwa jumuishi na linalojitegemea kupitia mabadiliko ya kidijitali na uvumbuzi wa kiteknolojia. Ni kupitia hayo, na endapo tutaendelea kutumia matumizi sahihi ya teknolojia, tutaweza kusukuma uchumi wetu. Kwa maneno hayo niliyoyatangulia kuyasema na kwa kupitia kongamano letu hili la TAIC 2026 na haswa kwa siku ya leo kwa wanawake katika TEHAMA, nipende kuchukua nafasi hii kutamka rasmi kwamba kongamano hili la 9 la TEHAMA TAIC 2026 nimelifungua rasmi, na watakia kila laheri na asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Makofi tena kwa Mheshimiwa Waziri. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri. For those who don't speak English, I tried to take a few notes to summarize what the Honorable Minister had to state. So in short, she says that this conference is an important one in our sector. It's a place to exchange ideas, experiences in our digital transformation. The ninth TAIC theme goes well with our vision, the country's vision of 2050. The digital transformation is crucial, utilizing emerging technologies like AI, IoT, virtual reality, and e-commerce. And we are all here to discuss opportunities in the development of our economy using these technologies. The government and the ruling party sees digital economic development as crucial. Thus, digital transformation should be inclusive, reach the rural areas, provide services to all, that's women, children, the aged, and the disabled, support entrepreneurial activities and create jobs and inventions in the country. And the government is willing to support and increase investment in technology, build the human capabilities, provide security, invest in research and innovation, build infrastructure, support ICT startups, and work with all sectors in the country for digital transformation. But we still face some challenges like women in STEM and the women in various technologies. These are being addressed. Government is working to create a conducive environment for digital transformation. This includes looking at our policies and also the creation or the development of an ICT Act. And with that, she recommends that she has stated that the ICT Commission should register all ICT professionals and innovators. And then the content creators and innovators should use these technologies in a proper manner, especially the usage of AI in the right way. I hope I summarized ulichokisema Mheshimiwa Waziri. I think I did that. I mean, there's a lot more that was stated, but I took the crucial points for our learned colleagues who don't speak Swahili. So with that, now we come to the next phase, tunakwenda, which is picture taking. With that, sasa, naomba, baada ya kusema hayo, naomba tunakuja kupiga picha akina mama ambao ni panelists and presenters. Women panelists and presenters. Can you please come forward for the picture taking? We are all going to stand behind the, what we call the high table seated in chairs. We don't have women panelists and presenters, please. Akina baba leo ni siku ya kina mama, samani sana. And watoto wa shule, can we prepare, mnaweza kujitayarisha kuja mbele akishamaliza kupiga picha. Sawa. Najua nyewe wanaume mwasindikiza hao wengine, lakini mtasimama nyuma yao au waonekane mbele. Walimu wao wapo pia. Walimu wao. Simameni huko nyuma. Bwana tembea kijasiri rafiki yangu Nyie wakina mama wakina dada sogeni mbele, wanaume baki nyuma, mwalimu njoo simame pembeni. Hapa mwalimu. Okay, hai, sogea. Nyie wewe utaonekana wewe huko. Sogea mbele hivi, sogea bado hapa mbele. Wewe njoo simama hapa. Haya, sawa. Haya. Sawa. Haya, 1, 2, 3. Umemaliza Haya, sawa. Sasa naomba wakina mama wanaofanya kazi wizarani pamoja na taasisi zake. Wakina mama unaofanya kazi wizarani na taasisi zake. Dr. Angelina, Bahati. Haya, tuendelee. Wasoge hivi. Wasoge hivi. Sogea hivi, sogea huku. Sogea hivi kidogo. Tayari Haya, sasa wakina mama wote waliobaki ambao hawajapiga picha. Wakina mama ambao wako hapa, kwa leo ni siku yenu. Msione aibu jamani. Hebu njooni akina mama. Kuna akina mama ambao hajapiga picha, leo ni siku yenu, karibuni mbele. Wakina baba tunaanza kesho kutwa, sio leo. Mnaojijua kwamba ni warefu, tutengeze mistari miwili. Samani, walio warefu wabaki nyuma, wafupi wasogee mbele. Tupige mara mbili ngoja basi. Tunapiga mara mbili. Basi mimi nakata hapa. Nikikata hapa, nendeni hivi mkasimame kule. Sawa, tusubiri. Kwa pande huu kwenda mpaka kule, subirini pale. Nyie jitanueni kuja mpaka huku. Sogea pauko, sogea. Sitaki kwenye picha hii, sitaki muonekane. Sogea kule. Samani sana. Sogea hivi jamani. Haya, wapiga picha wako sawa eh? Moja, mbili, tatu, tayari. Haya, asanteni sana. Mshukie upande ule kule, hawa waje hivi. Njooni hivi. Can I get the Huawei team and the EU team to be ready for the last picture? The EU team and the Huawei team, please be ready for the last picture. Haya, sawa. Uko tayari? Moja, mbili, tatu. Tayari eh? Haya, asanteni. Bado picha mbili. Huawei and EU team, you're welcome to have a picture taken. Hello. Hey, see you. Nice to see you. Okay. Moja, mbili, tatu. Okay. Thank you very much. In the minister's speech, she mentioned international visitors. So can we please have the international visitors to take a photo of remembrance? So please, come on up, international visitors. Can you have a balance, please? One of the gentlemen come to this side. One of the gentlemen on this side. No. One of you, this side. To balance the two ladies in the middle. You stay there. Yeah, we should balance the ladies there in the middle. Okay. So, moja, mbili, tatu. Done. And the last picture, organizing committee, please. Thank you very much. Please, go ahead. Organizing committee. Kina Jason. Flora. Tumaini. Nafikiri baada ya hapo Mheshimiwa Waziri, tunakushukuru sana. We now have come to the end of the first part of our session. We thank the Honorable Minister for gracing us today. Tunakushukuru sana. Tukutakie kazi njema na majukumu yako mengine.
Good morning, delegates. Thank you so much for your patience. We kindly request all delegates to remain seated as we prepare to proceed with the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, nafikiri mmepata muda kunyosha miguu. You have stretched your legs. And now if you can be seated so that we need to catch up with time. So we are going to hear a keynote speech on women inclusion in digital transformation for Tanzania. This will be presented by Dr. Patricia Bosche. Big hand for her. Thank you. And she is the TPPA chairperson and data and cyber law head at Breakthrough Attorneys. Karib sana. You're welcome.
A very good morning to you all. I believe it's not afternoon yet. Distinguished guests, colleagues, innovators, and champions of change, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Patricia Bosche, as presented, and today I'm going to talk about the role of women in digital transformation in Tanzania. Kipekee nadhani ni heshima kubwa sana mimi kupata nafasi hii, especially leo hii ikiwa ni siku ya wanawake katika TEHAMA. I'm very honored. Kwanza kabisa niweza kusema kwamba this subject is very crucial, especially not only in Tanzania, but for its socio-economic evolution impact, but also for achieving the bold aspirations for Tanzania Vision 2050, the digital transformation that leaves no one behind, especially in this case, women and girls. Digital transformation is often discussed in terms of infrastructure, in terms of platforms, in terms of emerging technologies, but yet, globally, most successful digital transformation and economies are those that recognize the role of people, active producers, innovators, and shapers of digital systems, not merely users. Kitu kizuri nichoweza kusema katika hili ni kwamba tayari Tanzania Vision 2050 imeona umuhimu wa kutengeneza ufahamu katika masuala ya TEHAMA, the digital savvy society, whereby it prioritizes digital literacy, digital security, and the adoption of emerging technologies that enhance governance efficiency, data commercialization, and service delivery. Tumemsikia Mheshimiwa Waziri hapa katika speech yake asubuhi akizungumza kwamba Tanzania imeinvest katika kuhakikisha kwamba inakuza vipaji vya not just people and society, but kusaidia pia wadau ambao ni innovator wadogo wadogo kuweza kusaidia katika contribute katika digital transformation. And this is very important. However, as I said before, it is the people, not just technology and platforms. This translates into every member of a society being included in the processes and decision making. We are talking social inclusion. Kitu ambacho waziri amesema kwamba Tanzania na serikali yake imeweka mipango mikakati ya kutokumwacha mtu yoyote, not leaving anyone behind. And yet, as I speak now, a half of population who are women and girls are not integrated into digital transformation processes, which is a pity. In Tanzania, for example, women represent over 51% of the population. and they dominate key sectors such as agriculture, MSMEs, education, health, and informal trade. This, when we talk of digital transformation, this places women not at the margins, but at the center of digital transformation opportunities envisioned by Tanzania under the Vision 2050. However, when you look at population ratio and digital inclusion and access to digital infrastructure, the numbers don't add up. But let me try to add up those numbers for you. First of all, we have, as I explained here in the numbers and the statistics, we have to realize that women are the powerhouse to digital transformation in Tanzania and across Africa, because they represented the majority of population. Over 60% of informal and micro enterprises are women-led in Africa. Women dominate agri-value chain, retail trade, services, and care economies. Second, we have to acknowledge that digital tools amplify productivities. We all know that in these sectors included. Let me break this down for you again. The use of, for example, digital platforms, mobile money has proved to improve businesses' resilience, especially in economic shocks. It has also allowed for faster transactions, has reduced travel costs and security risk, as well as offer greater controls of economies. And third, we must identify the digital gap that exclude women from participating in processes and strategies towards digital transformation. Numbers again, in Africa, about 25% of women have access to digital connectivities compared to men. This undermines inclusion. Secondly, national data shows that Tanzania has only 22% of women who have basic digital skills. Mheshimiwa Waziri amezungumzia hapa, kuna mapungufu makubwa ukizungumzia wanawake wanaosoma masomo ya technology, wanaosoma masomo ya hisabati, STEMs. This is one of the problem or one of the challenges that affect women or diminish the role of women in participating in digital transformation. So now the critical question is not whether women should be included, but how strategically Tanzania can leverage women as drivers of digital growth, innovation, and governance. Digital transformation is a powerful engine of achieving Tanzania Vision 2025 and 2050, but only if everyone can contribute to and benefit from it. The gender divides that I've just mentioned are not abstract numbers. They translate into lost productivity, lower incomes, and fewer opportunities for women entrepreneurs and innovators. One thing to remember is, first, women are already economic actors. Digital transformation scales what already works faster, safer, and more profitably. Positioning women as a solution creators, not beneficiaries, strengthen Tanzania's local digital innovation ecosystems, and reduces dependency on imported solutions. I'm not undermining the contribution of imported solutions to digital transformation in Tanzania, but I also see the importance and need to have local solutions that speaks of local context. Paired with imported solution, we'll have a powerful solution or powerful gear or powerful driver to digital transformation in Tanzania. Digital financial platform, for example, do not just digitize money. they digitize economic agencies. For Tanzania Vision 2050, for example, digital empowered women mean strong local economies, more resilient households, expanded economic markets. Another crucial point is that women participation in digital skills development has or could have multi-generational effects. We all know the saying that ukimwelimisha mwanamke umeelimisha jamii. When you educate a woman, you've educated the community of the society. So when you educate women in this context, technology-based or technology-focused subjects, STEMs, mathematics, and things like that, it means you have educated more likely, encourage more girls to participate or to take up technology subjects, mathematical stream subjects, and STEM in general. You've also adopted you also encourage the adoption of digital service in the early stages, and it also means shared digital knowledge within families and communities. The prospect of this is when you have digitally skilled or capable women, you have a user, you have a teacher, you have a community digital ambassador. This translates into the overall digital transformation in Tanzania. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to this creates organic, scalable digital adoption, especially in rural and underserved areas. Kitu kingine ambacho naweza kukizungumza asubuhi ya leo katika kujaribu kuonyesha umuhimu na nafasi ya mwanamke katika mabadiliko ya kidigitali ni kuwa hii haizungumzii tu masuala ya elimu, masuala ya utaalam katika kusupport, kuorganize na kupropel digital transformation in Tanzania. It also goes into further to include governance issues. Last year, I read an article from a scholar from Kenya. I think his name is Nelson Okeyo. A very good article, which if you are into digital transformation, you want to understand the role of women in digital transformation, maybe you can have a look at this paper. You can Google it and find it. The title of the paper is Legal Prospects of Achieving Epistemic Data Justice for Rural Women in Tanzania and Kenya. The paper highlights critical insights on how women can support governance in supporting digital transformation in African context, in this case, Tanzania and Kenya. Two effects. He said women contribute uniquely to ethical data practices because they understand what they are doing locally and how that is translated into their economic activities. From women, we get community-based digital governance, which can inform into strategic processes that can support community-based but contextualized digital transformation. Trust-based adoption of e-governance system, that is something that we can also learn from women from the grassroots to be able to come up with trust-based e-government systems that can be accepted because they speak the context of those who are on grassroots implementing those economic activities that we want to translate into or include into digital transformation. So what happens when women, or at least gender disaggregated data, is left out from digital transformation processes? When women are excluded, I believe, from what I've presented, from data that is out there, and this is just a tip of an iceberg, we are going to have a very huge missed opportunity to support digital transformation in Tanzania. And so to fully unleash the potential of women in digital transformation, we must acknowledge first their role and also the persistent barriers and address them, barriers that prevent them from participating into digital transformation. There are those social cultural constraints, which are norms about gender roles that influence girls' access to technology training, limiting participation from early schooling through the workforce. There's also skill and educational gaps, which also the minister pointed out. The skill and digital device, particularly in rural and underserved regions, can highly automatically exclude girls and women from participating in processes that informs digital development and digital transformation. There's also the question of cost. Connectivity and data costs remains high, disproportionate, affecting women and undermining their ability to participate fully in digital enterprises. Another thing is online gender-based violence or harassment. Digital spaces quite often are not very safe for women. Women and girls face online harassment and digital violence, which reduces their engagement and trusted participation in digital platforms. As a final thought, digital transformation succeeds when technology aligns with people's reality. In this case, the ability to understand that women represent the majority of population in Tanzania and also in Africa. Women are at the grassroots. They are already conducting businesses and enterprises that we want to include into digital transformation. Women carry the knowledge that, for lack of a better word, men do not have, which will be very crucial in understanding the dynamics of digital transformation, which is very crucial in informing the processes, including policy and legal development, what to contextualize, what to include, what to live in the digital transformation. And so women are the segment of the society that understand those realities because they manage households, they manage businesses, they manage farms, and that they manage communities. To unlock Tanzania's digital future, I will urge that we invest in women as creators, innovators, and leaders. Design systems with women, not just for women. Measure success not only by connectivity, but by women's agency, leadership, and economic power. With this, I would like to insist that women are not just an add-on in digital transformation. They are the delivery mechanism. And integrating women into digital transformation should not be an option. It's central and essential in achieving not just digital transformation, but the Vision 2050. With that, I will leave for you, ladies and gentlemen, to deliberate, think, and see how best we can include women in our sectors, in our everyday activities to support their inclusion, to be able to harness the knowledge they have so that we can be able to build and create systems, laws, policies, and strategies that not only sees women as end users, but part of these processes, include them and support digital transformation that is inclusive, contextual, and be able to be taken up. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boshe. Please give another hand of applause, please. It goes to show you how important it is to have women being part of the process of digital transformation. After hearing that wonderful keynote speech, can I please invite Madam Happy Pascal Nila, CEO of Nila Technology Limited, Yeye ana presentation. You have a presentation, I presume? Please, karibu sana. And our presentation is about digital innovation for inclusive hospitality growth. Now, unajua, hospitality is very important, particularly in the tourism sector and for the economic growth. Karibu sana. No?
Can I remove the mic? Habari za mchana. Siwasikii. You know, when you're a speaker, you need to make sure your audience is alive. Habari za mchana. Kwa wakubwa shikamooni. My name is Miss Happy Pascal Miller. I am a CEO and a co-founder of a company called Miller Technology. That's not the only company that I lead. I lead another very important company, Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment. That's why my presentation is IT and then incorporated with hospitality. I want to give you a bit of a story. I'm a professional Airbnb coach. On top of that, I lead a company that heads ISO, or International Standardization, for the people that know that. Now, when I started my company, because I was given a role to speak to the women, to inspire other entrepreneurs out there who are willing to take this to another level. And I want to give you my story so that you can get the context as we move forward with my presentation. 2 years ago, I was working with National Information Technology Authority of Uganda. In the 2 years, I had a vision of opening an IT company and owning an hospitality company. When I shared it with my friends, they thought I was crazy. And some of them, they were like, we're not sure this is going to work. And being a foreigner in another country, there are many barriers for us to open companies and also to be recognized. I had the money to start my Airbnb business, but I did not have the money to furnish the apartment for me to have the client in my house. So for the people who do not know Airbnb, it's more or less like an online platform that connects guests with hosts. So when you're a host, you have a house, you furnish it, and people get to book the Airbnb through the Airbnb application. I have the money for rent, but I don't have the money to furnish. What did I do? I decided to take everything that was in my house and shifted it to my Airbnb. When I say everything, when I'm in Uganda, it's very hard to explain kanga for some people. But I'm back at home, I know when I say kanga, you understand me. And that's the only thing I was left with in my house. I remember at that point, I was a student, of a master's student of Makerere University. It's very hard to come back and sit down. But I had to do that because I had to fund my dream. I gave up my bed. I gave up my chairs. I gave up my carpet. I gave up everything that could make me comfortable in my house so that I could fuel my dream. And today, as we speak, I am the leading Airbnb coach in Uganda, and Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment has over 9 apartments located in Kololo Hill Drive, which is a prime location in Kampala. Why am I sharing this story before I could dig in my presentation? When you're an entrepreneur, at times the government might not come to your rescue. Your mother, your friends, but you as the vision bearer, you as the vision owner, what do you see? What you see might not be understood by everyone, but when you implement and take a step, we tend to understand, and eventually people get to support you. There are people who used to say, we're not sure about you, Happy. We can't borrow you money because how will the guest come? I understood the vision, but people didn't. And at that point, no one was willing to give me the money. No bank was willing to lend me the money. No friends was willing. But today, as I speak, as an Airbnb coach, I'm proudly to say I pioneered the Airbnb masterclass in Uganda, and I've taught over 150 people into the same industry. And 90% of the people who I've taught are women. And this is why it's an honor for me to stand today and speak with you and share my story with you. And that's how Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment was formed. Now, when you come to the IT side, I co-founded a company called Miller Technology. We had a vision with my business partner, but we had a work for Zubax Uganda to do an ISO audit for Uganda, Burundi, and Rwanda. But as an entrepreneur, it's very important for you to have your company registered. We did not have a company. Well, I think we were good at what we were doing. We had a group of auditors and friends who were like, let's come together and just do this work. But the company needed a company to give you business. So if you're an entrepreneur that you still operate in corners and you don't want to register in tax, you don't want to register your company, you're going to miss on a lot of these opportunities. So that had pushed us to register a company, which we decided to call it Miller Technology. I'm very happy they had to use my father's name. But it's not my father's name company, but it's a company that is owned by 5 directors as we speak today. And Miller Technology have won contract that today, if I look back to the day we decided to register the company, I know would not be here. We have done great work with Ministry of Local Government and Financial Commission in Uganda. We have done great work with various companies and various ministries in Uganda. And right now we are back home and we're looking forward to do amazing things in terms of standardy back at home, and let's see how this is going to be. But I shared that story. There were 2 things for you to pick. Number 1, as an entrepreneur, make sure your company is registered. Stop operating in corridors because you're missing out in big opportunities. You're missing out in big money. Number 2, if you're out there, you're an entrepreneur, and you want to start a company, it's time for you to pick yourself up and invest in anything. I mean, everything that you have to your company. You might say, Happy, that was easy. No, I'll tell you that was not easy. Haikuwa rahisi kabisa kwa sababu kurudi nyumbani as a master's student, kama mwanafunzi wa masters to Makerere University, come back with heavy coursework that I had to do and sit down in a kanga, that was not easy. I am just telling you, in your journey, that's not going to be easy. And the harder it gets, the better it becomes. And I hope one day this story will inspire some of the entrepreneurs, and one day we'll see them here on this same stage, them sharing what I have just shared. Now, going to my presentation, in terms of the introduction, I'm just going to talk about Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment. In terms of an IT, how as IT helps us in hospitality, and also the digital transformation and various things that comes with it. I really would like to appreciate Dr. here. She has shared a lot of numbers, so I think I'll not go deeper into numbers. And then when you dive deeper in deriving innovation, women, I feel like when Doctor was talking, she said, you should not just make innovation for us. you should make sure we are inclusive of the innovation. So in my perspective, I think women-driven IT-related system and application can shift our country and can improve our country. And some of these things, some of these innovation, we just need to support them. As I said, in the beginning, a government might not come to your rescue. We do have a lot of innovators. So the innovators, we see the government has put a prospective, has put some of these policies to help us, but some of these policies might not be able to reach to each and every entrepreneur. So what do we do in this case? Should we give up or should we move forward to some of the innovation that we come up with? But also in terms of bridging the gap, I did my master's study in innovation in relation to women. And the research says in East Africa, women own land. It was agriculture and land. Women own land. Men own land. But majority of the land is not owned by women. And sometimes when we want to implement projects that are in IT and we want to focus the women, we are missing a point there because they cannot make a decision. But when we start involving women and be with them in this innovation, it's going to help us to move way faster. The digital transformation in hospitality. I'll speak about how can digital transformation help in the hospitality industry. We are seeing the coming up of AI. So in terms of communication, we are seeing you can incorporate AI and your guest experience will be enhanced because there will be prompt response, and also there are data-driven decision that when as human being we decide to do that, it takes us a very long time. But when we use some of these software, it helps us to get the actual data. And how does this data help us? This data helps us to make exceptional decisions. And in the hospitality industry, we say, we don't operate by one shoe fits all. We do what we call unreasonable hospitality. What does unreasonable hospitality mean? It means we offer exceptional guest experience based on each particular guest that we have. I'll just give an example. At Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment, we have over 150 reviews, and we are still ranked by the Airbnb app at 4.85. We have been at that part for the last 2 years. It's not easy to maintain a 4.8 rating. But what am I saying? Using AI, using some of these innovations that are coming up has helped us to have prompt response to our client, has helped us to create a customized experience to the client, has helped us to know who are our actual client when you come to Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment. So that takes me to the point where I say digital-driven helps us to make the right decision for our company, which as an entrepreneur is time for you to adopt AI and incorporate it in your business. I know I've had this conversation with some of my friends and they're like, no, we don't like AI. It's going to take every opportunities that we have. But I'm here to tell you, we feed AI with information, but we can still be creative as human beings so that you can be able to compete with AI. I still believe in that. Now, looking at the case study, and the case study in this case, I will use Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment. In Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment, being that I'm a woman in IT and also in hospitality, I have been able to employ over 10 employees in my company. And also I've been able to empower these employees or colleagues that I work with the IT knowledge. We all know when we have colleagues that we work with, and they do certain, for example, in my area of hospitality, we have cleaners, we have the gate man. Sometimes it's very hard for them to incorporate the IT. But with research, I've proved every after 2 months we used to have a meeting, and when we had this meeting with my team, I will train them and guide them on how to operate on some of these technology. And believe me or not, up to today, I am proudly to say if my team was here, they are very good in IT because we're able to empower them. And these were women. So take a look. If we are 10 entrepreneurs in this room and we do the same, are we not going to raise the number of ICT literacy in Tanzania? Are we not? We are going to. So I believe that everyone can come up with a process or structures in their companies so that they could hire more women, but also impact them with the ICT knowledge. But also, research in Airbnb says majority of the women are the hosts in the Airbnb, but also 56% of that number, there are women who are hosting. We all know women are very good in hosting. Women, do we agree? Anyone who agrees with me? It looks like there are few women who agrees with me. Any woman who agrees with me, sisi tuko vizuri kwenye mambo ya kuhost wageni, hospitality, we are very good in that. And the biggest percentage of that market is coming to us, the women. So we need to pull ourselves up and we need to take these opportunities. So proudly to say today, Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment has impacted the community of Uganda. But I'm also looking forward to come back home and do the same to the women in my community. When it comes to how technology can bring social impact, one of the staff that I lead at Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment is a team of cleaners, and their education level was up to darasa la saba. And they could barely use a phone. They could barely understand technology. But when you're building an ecosystem of hospitality, you need to take care from the cleaner to the gate man to my manager. Sometimes a guest will arrive at our apartment and the manager is not around. Who receives the guest? The cleaner. If they do not know how to use the technology, how will they know that's the right guest? Because you need to verify if the guest is the same and many other things. But more of the time, we neglect these people. You have your company and you have a cleaner and you're like, I'm not sure if I really want to train a cleaner in this. But take a look at this. How about if a guest is coming to your company and a cleaner is able to explain, and the guests just want to know, what does your company do? And the cleaner goes deep down and explain about your company and even pull out her phone and say, you know, actually, we are in booking.com, we are in Airbnb. You can actually check our houses. In that case, you have sustained and maintained a client. But so often, we tend to give this information to all the top management, forgetting that for the top management to have result, it's an ecosystem. You need to begin from down as you're going up. If we neglect these people, particularly in the hospitality industry, there is a lot that we are going to miss. With proven strategies at Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment, I think we have had people who wanted to steal our employees a couple of times. And you know why they were approaching them to steal them? It's because they found a cleaner with an IT knowledge. She knows how to use a phone. She knows how to open the app. She knows how to respond to a client. That creates an ecosystem. So that also goes back to impacting the society. So if we are in hospitality industry, I believe it's time for us to begin impacting even the gatemen, maaskari au walinzi wanaotusaidia magetini. It's time for us to impact them, because tutawaacha na mwisho wa siku hatutapata yale matokeo ambayo tunayategemea. While we think that we need to build from up to down, we need to begin thinking that we need to deliver this information deliberately from the last person to the person up to the top management. When it comes to the role of Miller Technology, this is where Miller Technology is an ICT company that focuses on international standardization. The company does ISO 27000, 20000, 9000, and many others. What do I really want us to pick from Miller Technology? In Miller Technology, we have been working on a couple of softwares. These software are coming up to help some of the issues that we found in society. And one of the key things that we found in the hospitality industry is the cleaning. Every time people in the hospitality industry, mostly in short-term rental business, this is people who are involving themselves in Airbnb, Booking.com, and others. They have a challenge with cleaner. You have a guest checking in tomorrow, and your cleaner is telling you, I am not available. What do? You're panicking. You're on pressure. So we designed a software called Sufficient application. And this application enrolls women, and we train them on how they can use the technology, and also we provide employment opportunities. So we're impacting the community. But also in Miller Technology, since we deal a lot in standards, we believe in the ecosystem. We believe that in this ICT, we cannot operate alone. We need the government. I'm very happy to hear the minister when she talked about the inclusion of different parts, vijana, wababa, and other different groups. So that was very impressive for me. And so at Miller Technology, we believe in the ecosystem. We believe in diverse. We believe that if we are to include different organizations, private sector, government, and others, we can really come together and shift the ICT. The numbers shows women in ICT is very low. And we do not want to be in the same place in 2050. We want by the time we reach at that point, our number has grown. But not just the numbers have grown in papers. Even in actualization, we are able to see women using technology and transform their community. And we are also able to see women coming up with different software in society. Because if we are part of this preparation, I'm talking to the men now, if you put us as part of this preparation, you create these software which are very inclusive. And we know the majority that use some of these software are actually women. So if you are targeting women, you need to involve them from the beginning. Moving on to Miller Technology in terms of what are some of other things that we have been created? We have been able to do softwares that help. We're thinking of softwares that are going to help in terms also of location. Innovation for a safe and reliable nation. I believe a nation without a woman, it's very hard for it to strive. We know men as heads of families, but women are the neck. And both of them cannot operate on their own. They need to operate together. And I need us today to create a safe environment for women. I need us today in our companies to create creative department where we have women bringing their ideas. Because it does not start at the national level. It starts way from the family, actually, back at home. As our parent, are you encouraging us to take ICT studies? Or you're just telling, ayo masomo ya IT bwana ni ya wanaume? That stereotype is still there. If you keep stereotyping our children like that, we are not going to build a nation that has women in ICT. We're not going to build a nation that we are going to see change in ICT. When we need to do this, it needs to start from a family level. We need to allow our children to study these ICT, but also we need to support. We need to see organization coming up with different structure to help us. I'm not going to go so much in challenge because I feel my time is almost heading out, but also there are a couple of challenges in ICT. We still have gender biasness, we still have access to training and capitals, which I feel like they still affect a woman in ICT. What do I want to see as Happy Miller? As a CEO, and as a co-founder of Proudly Miller Technology and Ivy Rose Luxury Apartment, I call upon the men in management in this room to create a safe space for us to be able to share our ideas. Ana, tunaomba mtu support. Tunaomba mtu support. Tunaomba, we're begging you to support us, because if it does not start at a national level, it starts way back from the family. And if all we can come together, we will be able to rise the number of women in ICT by 2050. Thank you very much. My name is Miss Happy Pascal Miller. I am a CEO and a co-founder of Miller Technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Lakini, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Why by 2050 and not by 2035?
I think the number could change. We could shift to 2025 if the call to action was listened careful and everyone choose to participate in it.
Yeah, but I think it should be less than 2050.
Since it's a work in progress, so I think we're going to work little by little, and by the time we reach 2050, we should have the number to 50%. I believe so.
I would suggest 75%. Thank you very much, please. Give her a hand. Thank you for that. And women, you have a challenge. Parents, you have a challenge. And men, you have a challenge. Given by Ms. Happy Miller. After that, we now move on to a panel discussion. And this panel discussion, at least I'm looking at the numbers here. There are 6 panelists and only 2 men, which is good. I mean, so 4 women, 2 men, which is fine. You know, we don't want it the other way around for the Women's Day. So can I call Ms. Maria Fanwell to come up, please? A big hand for her. She's going to be the moderator for this particular session. Atajitambulisha mwenyewe na kuwakaribisha wengine panelists wake waje wakae. And in this instant, I recommend either the 2 men sit on either end to protect the women, or they sit in the middle so that they feel like kings among queens. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you guys feeling today? Are we tired? Are we excited? So I have a lovely panel for all of you. But before that, I would love to introduce myself. By profession, I'm an advocate for the High Court of Tanzania. I'm also very passionate about emerging technology. And in the past years, in my work as an advocate, I have worked with tech firms to make sure that they incorporate our legal work in technology to enhance our work performance. But today, Women's Day in Tech, I'd like to introduce a fellow panelist and ensure that they will share great knowledge with us today. So allow me in a bit to mention them one by one as they come on stage. I'd like to welcome Engineer Samuel Mawela from Costec, Karibu Sana, to join us up the stage. I'd also like to welcome Dr. Mbesi Imbise from Co-ICT UDISM, Karibu Sana. As she's joining us, Catherine Rose Barreto from Binary Labs, Karibu Sana, up at the stage. We also have Dr. Engineer Clarence Ichekuleza from BBT, Breaking Barriers in Technology. And without forgetting, Dr. Nkundo Masaga from ICT Commission. And we also have Engineer Albert Richard representing UCSF. As you see, women in technology, and there is a balance today. So, as we start, I'd like to start off with an icebreaker, just to smoothen the things, just to set the mood. So I'm gonna ask a question, and if you agree to this statement, please raise your hand up. And if you don't agree, please put a thumbs down. So the start question is, AI is here to replace all our jobs. If you agree, raise your hand up. And if you don't agree, put a thumbs down. Okay, interesting. The other question, we have enough women in tech in Tanzania. We don't need more women in the space. If you agree, put your hands up. If you don't agree, put a thumbs down. Okay, thank you. And to the audience, I'm going to ask the same question. If you agree that AI is coming to replace technology, raise your hands up. And if you don't agree, put a thumbs down. I want to see how many think AI is coming to take our jobs. How many agree? Wow. And how many don't disagree? I don't see the fingers. Thank you. Okay, now, without wasting time, we'd like to get to the nitty-gritty of today. Starting off with the ICT Commission, I'd like to applaud the great work that you are doing in the Commission, and it's very commendable that you're investing in technology and ensuring awareness. Now, today's theme, Women in Technology, from Institutional Strategy to Lived Experience. Now, from your side, from the ICT Commission, are there any strategies in place by the government to ensure women inclusion and participation in the ICT space? And if so, could you let us know how we can benefit from them? Thank you. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for this question. I'll start with the function of ICT commissions, so that for those who doesn't know what are the roles of ICT, which has been articulated in our decree is. Our job basically is to coordinate the implementation of the policy of our country and then to promote ICT. Now, coming to your question, when it comes to coordinate, is we work with all public institutions and private institutions, also NGOs, to articulate issues which has been raised in our policy. The policy of ICT of our country has shown that we need to promote inclusiveness, so that we'll have all the groups of the people that we target, so that they will start to enjoy, use ICT, the digital economy, and all those things. One thing that we do understand from women most women in our country, they are entrepreneur by nature. They involve themselves in entrepreneur's activity. Our main job is to ensure that we provide basic infrastructure that will enable them to use ICT in the business that they are doing. Because one thing that we believe, if someone asks you, what are the startup companies? Basically, there are two categories of group of startup companies. There are startup companies that their core business is ICT. And there are startup companies that they have their core business that use ICT to increase productivity or to increase efficiency. So having that way of thinking is our strategies has been tailored to enable those two things. And that's the reason why you find the government is investing, for example, in the backbone infrastructure, is investing in telecommunication towers to ensure that we reach all those groups wherever they are in Tanzania. For those whose core business they're using ICT, they'll use connectivity to get more customers, to get more consultation from experts, to get loan from banks using ICT. And for those who are opening companies that the core business is ICT, are issues like, for example, how to use AI so that we can increase productivity, because we see the bigger opportunities in our country now, they are in AI. How can you use AI to provide services from other people, to innovate and things of that sort. So we know that by targeting women, who are, many of them, they're entrepreneurs, that's how we'll be able to grow our GDP. Because we have given ourselves a target of $1 trillion US. And part of that can be unleashed by onboarding the informal sector to be formal. And then we start to see all the progress and design the strategies that will enable us to maximize the services that they're providing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we'll come back to you. Let's also have a question for Dr. Mercy Imbise from Co-ICT. Hello, Dr. Mercy Imbise. How are you today?
I'm very fine, thank you.
How is UDISM and Co-ICT?
We are fine. We are doing fine.
Thank you. My question is, how does Co-ICT and UDISM nurture women's participation in technology, and what are the means that you're taking and the steps to support women in this movement? You could also mention challenges, if any. Karibu sana.
Okay, asante. At Co-ICT and UDSM in general, we have many initiatives and programs that support and nurture the young ones, especially girls, to pursue studies and careers in ICT. We have several programs that we do, outreach programs to secondary schools to empower them, but to also coach them in taking the ICT and STEM subjects. We have this particular event called Girls in ICT that we nurture girls, secondary school girls from different schools, private and public, and they participate in the Girls in ICT event. And I would like to again thank ICT Commission, because they are our good partner in that event. So we nurture them in that manner, but also we have other initiatives, boot camps like Code Like a Girl, as one of the previous speakers said that coding is only for boys or men, but no, we also have that platform that girls are involved in coding. We have different boot camps for coding, but that is at the students who are in secondary schools. At the university, we also encourage our female students in participating in tech-related events like Taweste, the engineering exhibitions for women. But also at the university itself, we have these initiatives by the university to empower women, especially in leadership, to participate in updating their careers, but also making them stronger in terms of leadership skills. I am one of the beneficiaries of such initiative, where we have an annual retreat for female staff to go out and do their research work and write papers for publications, because to go high up in academic rank, you need to publish. I know some of my friends were asking me there, when are you going to become a professor? Mariana, one day I will become a professor. So these initiatives by the university, they empower staff, especially the female, to work harder in their research, but publish and then participate in leadership roles. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. I'm sure in the audience, there are people here with family, young sisters who plan on going to university and will probably end up in UDSM. So what are the opportunities, or what things should they do now so that they could benefit from such lovely programs that could nurture them in technology? This is for the audience to understand and also go home and share that today we met Dr. Mercy Imbise, and she's from ICT. So you need to study hard. So what else? From me, I'll say study hard. So how can they prepare themselves?
Yeah, the first is working hard, but also keep your ears open. I think one thing we need to do more is awareness, raising awareness of all these initiatives and programs that we run. But through different platforms, like through ICT Commission, that like the director just talked about, we are partly implementing the ICT policy through empowering the young ones, especially female, to take on STEM or ICT-related studies, but also which will eventually land them on ICT or STEM-related careers.
Thank you. Lastly, I know I said last. As a woman myself, I know there are challenges we face when choosing subjects. We are mostly told, hapana, haya masomo ya wanaume. Unajuaje hesabu wewe? You know? Unakuwaje engineer? So how do you handle such challenges, especially from an educational platform that receives students from the lower level when they're from high school? And how do you encourage families to allow girls to study ICT subjects?
I think the first one is for each girl, each female, to have confidence in themselves. I've seen a table there with pupils from some school.
Maybe we could ask them.
Yes, have confidence in yourself because you can do it. I'll just share a short testimony. When I started university outside Tanzania, I was the only female in my computer engineering class.
Wow.
The only black female.
Can we get a round of applause for that
I'll repeat
success
that.
story?
The only female black in university abroad, computer engineering. So the first thing is have confidence in yourself, but also the families, we should support the young ones. Usimwambie mtu wewe huwezi hesabu wewe. Anybody can do anything. As long as you are breathing, you can do anything.
Thank you very much. Jamani wadogo zangu mmesikia, UDSM inawasubiri, pambaneni na hisabati, daktari anawasubiria. Karibuni sana. Moving on with Samuel Mwela from COSTECH. I'd like to hear a bit on what COSTECH is. Watu wanasikia tu COSTECH. Tujue na kirefu kidogo. What is COSTECH? What is done at COSTECH? And how do you nurture women innovators? Tuanzie hapo kwanza. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. COSTECH is abbreviation for Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology. And our responsibility is to coordinate scientific research and technological development in Tanzania. We monitor the scientific activities in Tanzania. Anyone who wants to do research in Tanzania scientific research must get permit from Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology. And we also coordinate, because according to the Act, all research institutions, any entity which is doing research in Tanzania is affiliated to Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology. So that comes coordination role, that anyone who is doing research in Tanzania is affiliated to COSTECH, and in so doing, we coordinate the scientific activities in Tanzania. It's not only public institutions, but even the private sector. We also manage the fund. We manage the fund. It's called National Fund for Advancement of Science and Technology. And currently the government actually put about 70% of fund, and 30% comes from development partners. So this is the fund actually, objective is to accelerate scientific activities, technological development in Tanzania, and technology-related initiatives in Tanzania. In monitoring, we issue permits. So if you want to do research in Tanzania, you must get permit from Tanzania. And this one actually enables even those from abroad who want to do research in Tanzania to get visa to do research in Tanzania. So that is what we are doing. So, but when it comes now to instrument we are using, we promote gender equality actually. One of our policy, we have gender policy of 2018, which requires both female and the male should benefit equally from programs and initiatives that are done at COSTECH. So this is gender equality. And in 2029, we came up with a national framework for mainstreaming gender in research and innovation institutions. So this one actually requires anyone who benefits with COSTECH to make sure that they consider issues related to gender. So that is the framework actually. When we are talking of enabling environment, we issue these frameworks to make sure that anyone who is doing scientific activities, anyone who is doing innovation activity in Tanzania must consider gender issues. And we have very, very specific issue. For instance, the funding actually we provide, as I said, 70% comes from government. So the funding actually we issue, one of the requirements, the one who is applying for fund or any other related issues must ensure that issues related to gender is addressed, whether in the innovation or in research. So that is how we require anyone who is applying for fund, anyone who is doing that must take care of that one. Maybe let me give you statistics,
Yes.
a little statistics, and I need to read it from the document.
Please proceed.
To know the status. For instance, we issue research permit, and 42% of permits that we have issued are females, and 58% were male. So this one is actually good. 40 to 60% to us, we see it's a good. But when it comes to principal investigators, because if you want to do research, you must tell us who is going to be a principal investigator. So the statistics show that 82% are male and 18% are female. When it comes to innovation, innovation projects led by women, because also that is one of the good requirements. And currently 15% are female and 85% are male. We have Samia Scholarship extended for data science, artificial intelligence, and allied sciences. This one, the program actually started last year, and 86% were male and 14% were female. So this is how the statistics is. So what do we do now to promote? What we do is that first, in 2023, actually we issued a call, and it was for women only. So sometimes if now we issue call for women only, that one is give women a chance to compete themselves. And we allocated about 480 million for women. And 4 women got funds, and they did very well. So that is what we are doing. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe even in the audience, from our previous speaker, Madam CEO, Happy Mnila, you can now just come to COSTECH and they'll further your research on the Airbnb space and how you can navigate. Otherwise, so far we have had a lovely conversation from the ICT Commission. We have had from ICT, co-ICT UDism and COSTECH. And now moving on, I'd like to ask Engineer Albert Richard to share with us what UCSAF does. What is the long form of UCSAF? Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you, Madam. UCSAF stands for Universal Communication Service Access Fund, or in Kiswahili we call it Mfuko wa Mawasiliano kwa Wote. This is the government entity responsible to extend the communication service in rural and urban underserved area. So basically what we want is to make sure that each citizen of the country have access to affordable and available communication service irrespective of their economic status, geographical location, or any other condition. So since our establishment, we have been working very closely with the service providers. When I say service providers of the like of Vodacom, TTCL, Honora, Yas, and Halotel, and Airtel. So we identify areas which need communication service, we provide subsidy, and then our service providers extend communication service in rural, urban, and underserved area. By doing so, we provide what our regulator calls a level playing field. So whoever have access to communication service, it means they should be able to use when they need it. We encourage that the same price should be available in rural setting as the one which are in town. By doing that, we ensure that we are enabling women to be we enable inclusion for women in ICT, as we are saying today, women na tehama.
Thank you so much. Just to add, how does the UCSAF Universal Access Mandate translate to a meaningful inclusion of women in ICT?
Okay, so UCSAF mandate translates into meaningful ICT inclusion because we provide affordable access to communication service. It means any person, including women, especially from rural settings, they can have access to communication service at an affordable price. Otherwise, initially it was a barrier. Dr. Bosche said 22% of women do not have access to connectivity in Africa. Now, if you take global, 6% of people in the world do not have access to communication service. Now that number is huge, so the government of the United Republic of Tanzania is trying to bridge it, and by doing so, we do the women inclusion in ICT. But also, we have a program called Girls in ICT. It's an ITU initiative whereby we celebrate on each month of every year on April, on the last Thursday of April, where we take from 3 students from different schools, 8 per region. We provide them with basic basic application or mobile programming skills using our universities like DIT, MAST, and UDOM. And from there, we believe that we put more focus for girls to like STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and math. Because with the previous speakers all said there's less focus for girls in STEM subjects. And maybe that's why you'll see even in ICT, a bigger number of boys have been enrolled in ICT as compared to women. But apart from that program, we also provide ICT training to school teachers. And through that program, we encourage women to be equally involved in that program. And we believe that by training women, we train the entire society, like the previous speaker said.
Thank you very much. I would like now to come to the audience, and I don't know if we can get a mic to the students who are seated on that side. I just want to know how many of them like technology. Can we get a mic to the students, please? Or one student should come up. Yes. Wadogo zangu, habari. Nataka wanafunzi watatu waje hapa. Waambie waje watatu hapa juu. Let's make it quick. 3. Yes, thank you. Another 2. Thank you very much. Can we clap for them, Jaman? Please come. We have few questions for you. Bado mmoja. Namchagua huyo hapo. Yes, karibu. Mambo. Naomba useme jina lako.
My name is Samira. I'm in Form 4.
Which school are you coming from?
I'm from Alpha High School, Mikocheni. My name is Wangalengi. I'm in Form 3, and I'm from Alpha Girls.
Yes, and you?
My name is Elad Bujo. I'm from Alpha High School at Mikocheni.
So, in this panel, we have heard from different speakers. The most recent speaker said there are opportunities for students in schools. So, what subjects do you like at school, and what subject are you currently taking?
I take science subjects, and I like mathematics.
Clap for her.
I'm in the science combination, and I like ICS.
Clap for her as well.
I'm in science class. I also take ICS or /ICT.
Thank you. Now, if you could just remind us, Engineer Albert, Richard, there is an opportunity every April so that they can also share with their friends back at Alpha Secondary School, as well as even the audience with children in science and tech, so that they can be a part of this opportunity.
Well, the way the program is, we take 8 student girls from public schools. So in total, 248, and we train them using our universities. So I could say the opportunity could be there because we can also incorporate them in the same program, and they can share their experience, because it is seen, or it is believed, that the public schools are more or less disadvantaged at the other type of schools. Yeah.
Thank you. And what are the qualifications they need to have?
Okay, again, we have put some few conditions. We need 8 students who did well in Form 2 exam, which means in math and other science subjects. So those are the key qualifications.
Thank you. Now, I give you guys an opportunity. If you could ask Dr. Mercy Mbise from UDSM. You want to go to UDSM one day, right? You could ask her one question. What will that question be? This is a free opportunity. The floor is yours, Karibu.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask that all of us, like disabled, abled, everyone is available to take this course of ICT or ICS, right? Thank you.
Pass the mic to your fellow. Ask her any question.
I would like to ask, what is the main challenge that you face? The main challenge that you face in ICT? My question is, you have different female students in your class, right? Most of them come to you. What challenges do they face mostly when they're studying ICT?
Thank you very much. Karibu, Dr. Mesimbise.
Asante sana. I will
My
start with-
dears, can we stand this side so that we can let the audience listen as well as ourselves? Karibu
Yeah.
sana.
Asante. I will start with the boy about people with the disability. The university is well equipped with all the tools and platforms and even instructors who are there to assist students with any type of disability, physical, mental, sight, vision, vision and hearing. They are there, and we have different ICT platforms and software and tools to assist students with disability. So anyone can join the university. And regarding the challenge, I think I will answer the two because they are the same. I think one of the main challenges is to balance issues. So unajua sisi female, we have unatakiwa uende sokoni, unatakiwa upike, unatakiwa uende darasani. And the main challenge is balancing between societal needs, work needs, family needs, and your personal needs. So as long as you are able to balance that, you'll be good.
Thank you very much. Can we get a round of applause for our students? You can please go back. Now, we have had all the challenges women are facing, and even our young sisters here were asking the same. Now, for the next question, Catherine Barreto from Binary Labs. How are you, madam?
I'm good.
How is Binary Labs?
We're good.
Okay, so we've had of the challenges. So how do you think women can take space in leadership at the ICT sector, hearing all these challenges? And do you think these challenges just end up at university levels? How do you guys retain employees when handling them in the ICT sector?
So maybe I can look at it from an institutional perspective.
Yes,
what
please.
can we do in the room? So at Binary Labs, our core mission is enabling and supporting the growth of the labor market for technical engineering expertise. And we integrate women into leadership through practice. Some of these practices that we use include, we curate and organize 2 events. One is called PyCon Tanzania, and the second one is DjangoCon Africa. When we organize these events, we bring young women from our student learning teams into the organizing team. They get paired with an industry mentor or team leader, and they also get responsibility. The other way that we also think about how we restructure women in the professional technical engineering space is how we curate our speakers. Our conferences are technical-based more than they are entrepreneurship-based. And so on our review committee, we have women academics, women from private sector on our review committee. And then we also curate our speakers for 50-50 representation. And I think it goes back to what Samuel was saying, is that we need to be intentional about the structures that we put into place within our organizations. We support 2 chapters. We support co-ed chapters at universities, but we also support the Pi Ladies chapter and the Django Girls chapter at multiple universities on the mainland and Zanzibar. And the way we work with the chapters is we've noticed that if you want to be able to build leadership, and I'm sure Engineer Clarence is going to talk about this as well, you need to be intentional. And so we pair up these young engineers at universities with industry mentors, with industry coaches. They work on real-world problems. And this gives them the lived experience, the peer experience that they need. From our student learning cohorts, we work with higher learning institutions to curate our student learning cohorts so that they're 50-50. And within their learning teams, everybody gets an opportunity to lead, which means that any 1% in our programming, there will be a woman leading a team. So these are just kind of the ways that we think if you're intentional about building, if you're intentional about program or project design, then you use a gender lens, right? And being fully cognizant where the gaps are. For us, we've noticed that mentorship and coaching become increasingly important. Real world experience, we're looking at the gaps we're seeing in industry and then reverse engineering and building our programming out. We've also noticed that partnerships has been extremely important for us, right? So we work with the ICT Commission, we work with COSTEC, we work with academic institutions like UDSM, and then we work with private sector. So we build the pipeline, we work with private sector companies to provide opportunities for engineers.
Thank you. And just like a success story to finalize, what inspired you to start Binary Labs and why Binary Labs?
That's a hard one. I think when I started on my journey in the tech space, maybe 10 plus years ago, I was just really lonely, to be honest. I would walk into rooms at COSTEC and be sometimes the only woman, and it was hard. And then I kept seeing the same gap over and over again. And I think for me, it's about, there's a saying, build a bigger table. I don't want to be lonely, so I really want to build a bigger table. I want to walk into rooms and see more women like Engineer Clarence and Dr. Mbise leading discussions. And for me, it's not just about getting women into technology roles, but how do they grow in those roles? How do they lead? How do they lead strategy, decision making? It's great to say you have 10 female engineers on your team, but it's not enough if the person leading the team is a man. I'd love to walk into a room and then see women engineers leading the team. So some of the places that we've been able to place female engineers through the work we've been doing is with mobile network operators, with financial institutions, with government institutions, and with private sector institutions. And what we're seeing is that the women that have gone through our programming, that we've now placed into opportunities across multiple sectors, are outperforming even sometimes the young men going through our programming.
Oh, interesting. That is very insightful. Thank you very much. Now, Engineer Clarence Ichokoleza from BBT. We have heard from the previous speakers on amazing work that is done. We have seen how women can be nurtured from university level, the partnerships with government institutions. Now, as an observer, looking in, what is still an impact you'd like to see, a positive impact in terms of including women in technology? Karibu sana.
Thank you for giving me the floor to speak. When we are talking about impact, I think we have also not to consider only statistics. We also need to consider the kind of sustainable structural changes that enables not only women entering into ICT, but on how they can thrive, lead, and shape the sector moving forward.
Thank you very much. Could you also share a bit of what BBT does and how we can inspire and break barriers in technology?
Okay. Thank you so much. What I've seen from breaking the barriers in technology, they are in three baskets. The first basket is they act as connectors and enabler, meaning that they connect professionals from where they are, those who are coming from school, and for them to gain confidence on how they can work together and how to connect them with role models and to make sure that they can compete within the sector and facilitate them into different levels of decision making. The second fold, what I'm seeing at BBT, what they are doing is about they can act as a trusted voice for them, of course, to speak with employers, to speak with role models, as you mentioned earlier. But as you have heard around here, even the students mentioned, they asked what kind of challenges. You have seen the response that women have different challenges, and especially how you can balance the work and what you are doing. the work that women is completely different from men, and there is no way we can get rid of that. So we have to consider women differently on regardless of the level that they are, be at the college level, be within the sector already or in the industry. Another part for BBT that I've seen is to to enable ICT professionals to consider ICT not as technical part and facilitate women to become more agile on what they are doing and become more confident within the sector. So those key areas with BBT, you find that the main role is to connect, but they are in 3 folders.
Thank you very much. Now, to finalize this panel discussion, I'd like to ask each one of the speakers today to share one barrier that you're still facing in your work as ICT, especially in women inclusivity. Just one barrier. You could start, Engineer Clarence. One barrier that you think you're still facing and you need to work on with the other stakeholders in partnership.
Thank you very much. The key barriers I've seen is that the issue of exclusivity, social networking. We have seen the presenter CEO she's a Tanzanian, but from Uganda. She mentioned the barriers that we are facing. They are the same, the one that we are facing here in Tanzania. So the issue of social inclusivity, because the timelines that most of us would like to share with the others, what we are working with, what we can get from others and share experience with us. You see, for us women, the time for men, they can even go to midnight, but for ladies, you have to consider at what time you need to consider yourself and share your knowledge and get more information so that you can move forward.
Thank you. Please pass the mic. Karibu sana, Dr. Nkwendwe Masaga from ICT Commission. Please share one barrier that you think the Commission needs to still tackle this 2026 in terms of women inclusivity as we're going to our Vision 2050.
Access of capital. That is, of course, there are many, but that is, I think, is a key which can, if it's unlocked, can amplify the entrepreneurial potential of women in Tanzania.
Thank you. Kindly pass the mic. Let us know, Engineer Albert Richard, any barrier you're facing at UCSAF, Karibu.
Okay, asante. To me, I would say the cost. Fewer women have access to smartphone devices and internet because of cost, and that's why sometimes we are thinking having a program like device financing where we can have mass deployment of mobile phone to many people, including people in village. But also, I think like establishing the computer lab for all schools, whereby we can enroll many girls in schools. Why it is prohibiting us? It's because of cost. So cost is still a high barrier for women getting into ICT space.
Thank you very much. Engineer Samson Mwela from COSTECH. Any barrier that you see that needs to be handled in this 2026?
Yeah, thank you very much. To me, I see the challenge most innovations in Tanzania, particularly, die prematurely. So, and it is because of lack of capital, because most innovators don't have capital. So what we have done at COSTECH is to have a special fund we call Sabia Commercialization Fund. And this one we are doing in a collaboration with CRDB Bank. So I encourage both women, boys and girls, women and the men to apply. They just have to visit our website, costech.or.tz. You will see online services, and there you can apply because the funds are there for commercialization. But it should be innovation you need to commercialize. Yeah, so if now the innovation is there, and you apply, I don't guarantee you will get, because CRLB will have to do due diligence and to see if that is that innovation is for commercialization. And so once it's done, then you get funds. It's available.
Thank
so
you
I
very
welcome all that.
much. Karibu, Dr. Imbise. Just to finalize, so far we've had a great session, women inclusion in ICT. Karibu.
Thank you. I think I'll repeat again. The barrier or the challenge is striking the balance between your responsibilities as a woman, as a mother, as a worker, as a society. Striking a balance is a challenge or a barrier.
So I think I go back to something that's on the poster behind us, 1 trillion economy by 2050. And let's be honest, there is no technology without people. So for us at Binary Labs, it's people, ideas, and then technology. Technology is an enabler. It's a tool. So if we're trying to unlock this 1 trillion by 2050, we need to really think about talent development as an economic priority and not a social objective. That means we need to strengthen digital skill pipelines. We need to remove structural barriers that limit women's progression into senior roles, and Engineer Clarence mentioned this. We need to support practice-based pathways that link education to industry, and we need to be intentional. And just to clarify, when we talk about how much money that is the funding gap currently on the African continent, there is a $42 billion US billion dollar funding gap on our continent at the moment. What does this mean? In 2024, female CEOs on our continent only received $48 million compared to $2.2 billion that went to male CEOs on our continent. That's a huge opportunity for us in this room to shift that number. And 2050 is around the corner, so I think we do need to be intentional about closing the gap.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. I'd like to thank each and every one of our speakers in this panel today. We have had from them in terms of women technology, from institutional strategy to lived experience. Now the floor is yours to the audience. Is there anyone who has a question? I see a question and a hand there. You're welcome. Karibu sana. Can someone assist her to get a mic? We have only 5 minutes for the Q&A. Can someone assist her to get a mic? Please introduce yourself and share your question. And to which panel member would you like the question to be addressed?
Thank you very much. My name is Khalil Amboy, and I lead Unleashed Africa Social Enterprises. My question goes directly to Engineer Albert Richard. A few years ago, we had a policy that was passed that was radical, but I think it was very futuristic at best, and it really focused on reducing the taxes on all ICT products that were imported into the countries. So phones, laptops, computers, but a few months, actually it did not even live to see daylight. A few months or weeks after it was passed, we saw that it was scrapped. Now, I'm wondering, in the future, can we look forward to such innovative and radical policies that really look forward, tipping the scale of getting us to 2050 being given the light of day in the country? Asante sana.
Who would you like to answer this
I
question?
said Engineer Albert Richard.
Thank you very much. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Mampoe. It's true, yes, the government passed a bill to slap away the taxes for devices, but the impact after 1 year evaluation, it was not seen. Unfortunately, our counterparts, they would like to see the same impact to what action they did. That's why on the next bill, it was revealed. But again, we can work together to see how that can be affected, because for sure, it has huge impact on availability of devices. Even the mobile telecom, they have some incentives they would like to have. They get them when they initially operate in the country. But for device, I think we need to really sit with our finance guys and see how we can remove some taxes so that we can have more devices available to the public and then to have the ripple effect for what the government is doing. The government has extended communication service, I can say, in all parts of the country. However, the usage is a bit low, and one of the barriers is the availability of those smart devices. So I agree with you. We had good initiative, the government had good initiative. However, they could not see the same impact by removing that tax maybe on income because more devices were sold. So it's a task for both of us to do, the public, the private, and the government. Asante.
Thank you very much. Does that answer your question? Doctor?
I was saying perhaps Dr. Nkundwe could have a go at it too. Thank you very much, Engineer Richard.
Would you like to add anything, Doctor?
What I can add there from what my colleague Richard have said, when there are incentives, normally we should wait for incentive to start to take effect. For instance, say the incentive started, I'll just give an example, 1st of July, last 1st of July. But there are people who bought a new stock in June, right? And that stock was taxed by using the financial law of a previous year. So to start to see effects, you need time. You need time for those people who are going to bring new products that are going to get the incentives. It's just like, for example, if someone is having a petrol station, he filled all the tanks with a petrol station that had a previous taxation. If you give the incentive of say there's no tax, still he has to recoup the money that he spent before. So it normally takes time. So when the time will be the right one, we'll start to see the good effect of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question from the members in the audience? Karibu, I see a hand over there. Please introduce yourself and share your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Ali Simba from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Mine is not a question to the panelists, rather to the question you asked in the beginning, whether we are going to be replaced by AI or not.
Thank you for that.
And you gave us a very simple yes and no.
Yes.
But it's a very complicated question. So I want to elaborate a bit. According to statistics, by 2030, we will create about 170 million jobs, digital jobs, which include AI. But it is also true, we are going to lose about 90 million jobs. So we have a net addition of jobs, but we have to work on it. And I'm very glad our panel, all of them are involved on how to make sure that we take advantage of that. The skills, we need to teach our people, to train our people so that they are ready for those 170 million jobs. When again you look at the statistics, 230 million jobs in sub-Saharan Africa will be in digital skills. We have to take advantage of it. So if we don't, we'll be displaced. But if we take advantage, we train our people, we'll be in a position to gain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. And as we used to say, the robots are coming, and now the robots are within us. So you rather join them and learn. AI is going to enhance our work productivity regardless of the industry that we are. And as much as we're promoting women, we also acknowledge men who are with us today. And it's amazing that we could be able to coexist in this space called technology. Is there any other question? If not, would like to have closing remarks. Is there a question? Oh, I see a hand. Thank you very much. This will be our last question, please. Karibu sana. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Venancio Arioba from Alpha High School. And my question is to Dr. Messi Mbise. We have seen that there is much emphasis on empowering women from core, and it started more than 10 years back. But still the numbers are reading low. And one of the problems can be our education system. I am a student from primary to secondary, but at primary, I had to study 6 subjects, and secondary, I had to take 12 to 9 subjects, but still, the subjects which I want to take in my field are 3 or 2. So why can't we reduce this number of subjects? Because when we ask some of people here and teachers, not all wanted to be teachers. Some of them wanted to be engineers, but because of the education system, they could not reach their reviews and dreams. So how can education system be enhanced to reach the empowering and development of ICT?
Wow, very interesting. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Actually, that question is directed to the Ministry of Education, but I'll try to respond accordingly. The fact that you have many subjects huko chini, I don't know how many, 12 subjects in O level, and then 3 subjects A level. Then when you come to university, then you start doing other things. We've seen the education reform recently. A lot have been revised. The education policy has been revised. And now you have different channels of, if you want to be, what do they call, elimu ya amali na elimu ya, I can't remember the other word. But you now have a choice of pursuing the line that you want. If you want to be more practical, then you have certain line that you have to take. If you want to be more, it's theory but with practical alongside, yeah, there's a different line. Now, for example, now the primary school classes have been reduced from, years, from 7 years to 6 years. And then from there you go to secondary school, still 4 years, but you have a choice of subjects to take. And now the choice is not only made at Form 2, you make the choice from the beginning of the secondary school. Form 1, you choose whether you want to do business, whether you want to do science, whether you want to do art. You start choosing from Form 1. So coming back to your question, like why we don't want to, or why the education system is like that, it's been reformed over and over. And I think the current one is kind of, hopefully we'll see the changes or we'll see the impact in the near future.
Thank you very much. Now, as we know, this is women inclusivity. As I conclude, I came here today and I have my sister with us in the crowd. She's also an advocate of the High Court of Tanzania, like myself. And I would like her to ask a question. We need to make our grandfather proud. Wakili Vanessa, karibu, uliza swali tafadhali. Babu anatuangalia. Please pass the mic. Ask any question as we finalize this panel. Women in consulting, women in tech.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess I should stand. I am the Said sister. My name is Vanessa Hildefons Njunwa, advocate as introduced. My question is to anyone in the panel that would love to answer. I'm a lawyer, I'm from the legal profession, and I'm interested in STEM. Is there room for other professions to learn from scratch, and how can that be done from other professions to learning into STEM? Thank you.
would like to answer that question. Can also lawyers like me learn STEM? Are there opportunities such in our system, if any, so that we can see how we can explore the same? Karibu.
Thank you. You can do short courses for a start. There are tailored professional courses, but there are many, many online courses that you can learn. Some of them you actually get certification for that. So, karibu sana.
Thank you. Now, to wrap this up, I am grateful for such an engageful discussion. I believe we've all benefited. As usual, I like games, so one last game to the panelists as we conclude. If you had unlimited budget to invest in this technology space, what would you invest in? Anything that comes to your mind. Very quickly, what would you invest in if you had unlimited budget? Because I had one of the barriers being capital. Now, unlimited budget. What comes to your mind? Karibu. What will you invest in? Just a few words, and then you pass the mic.
Human capital development.
Yes, we didn't hear you. Please repeat. We didn't hear.
Human capital development.
All right.
Because it all starts with human capital.
Thank you. What would you invest in, Dr. Mbise?
Yeah, I would invest in devices and more modern software platforms.
Thank you. Catherine Rose, what would you invest in?
One, Samson, you can give me your money. Thank you. Appreciate it. I would bring together the number of players, and there are many of us in the room working in the human capital development space, share the pot of money around us, because what we want is access, we want funding, and we want to be able to expand. That's what I'm looking for. I see a number of people in this room working in this same space, like Halila here, and I see a lot of young people in here that this is what we want. So if I had my money and Samson's, that's where I'd put it.
Thank you. Engineer Clarence, please, what would you invest in?
Thank you so much. I'll be investing in access. Access, but starting with human capital to know how they can access information.
Amazing. Dr. Mwasaga, what would you invest in?
I'll invest in digital security and trust, because that has to do with cyber security, protection of that personal data, the privacy and consumer protection of the people.
Thank you very much. What would you invest in, Engineer Richard?
Thank you. For me, I would invest in skills development, specifically for our school teachers.
Thank you very much. And that's all. Can we all say digital transformation? I'd like the audience to say, so I'm starting. Digital transformation, you repeat. I can't hear you. Thank you very much, and that's all from me. My name is Maria Patrick Fanuel, advocate. I've also started up my own consultancy called Project Council, and currently I have a 9-to-5 at a law firm. Thank you very much. Back to you, MC. Oh, if I ask, what would you invest in?
Women in leadership, that's very important. Thank you very much. Please give a hand to the panelists. Asanteni sana. Before you leave, I think it's a normal norm that you take a picture before you leave. Can you please do that? Wapiga picha wako wapi jamani? At least for this panel discussion, ingefaa picha ipigwe hapa. Tusimameni hapa. Wapiga picha jamani. You're being told to line up nicely there, nicely. Yes, it's a custom of after moderation. Yeah, this is an unbalance here. Jamani here. The two kings at the end completely balala ukaa katikati. Dr. Kansikia. That's better. That's a good balance. Jamani, Tiari. Please, a round of applause for them, for our moderators. Asanteni sana jamani. We are going to lunch now. Nitamuomba mwenzangu Magila Tumaini aje atakuja kuelezea where lunch is going to take place. I believe in order to catch up with time, kwa ajili ya muda, tutatumia dakika 45 badala ya lisali moja. Tujaribu. Lakini, punguza mziki tafadhali. This afternoon, We are going to have two presentations. One is on women empowerment initiatives in the digital economy, and the other presentation is perspective of women and youth in digital innovation and entrepreneurship.
Application, you can scan and download and share insights. You can view the timetable and all the information. Please, for all of you, scan and keep engaging and put your question, insights, and also feedback. Also, we have a QR code with photos. So also you can scan, download your photos for today's session from the opening session up to now. But also, once you are posting or sharing photos online to your individual Instagram, Twitter, or Instagram, please make sure that you put a hashtag, Taiki 2026, so to continue with the conversation. Karibuni sana for lunch. Kwa wale ambao wanataka kuendelea kutuma maoni, kuona ratiba na vitu vingine, tunawakaribisha mdownload Summit Point app. Hii ni app kwa ajili ya mkutano, inaonyesha matukio yote, lakini vile vile mnaweza mkaweka comment na kuendelea kuuliza maswali kwa presenters na moderator. Lakini pia tuna QR code ya picha. Mnaweza mkadownload picha zote ya siku ya leo ambazo zimepigwa, na I'm sure watu wote wamepigwa picha kuanzia mnaingia mpaka mkiwa ukumbini hapa. Lakini mnapo share kwenye social media, tunaomba msisahau tag hashtag ya mkutano ni Taiki 2026. Kila unapoposti picha, tunaomba tafadhali utagi Taiki 2026, lakini vile vile utagi social media za ICT Commission. Karibuni sana for lunch. Naomba turudi saa 8:15. Karibuni sana.